Good morning. Calling today's Finance Committee hearing to order. This is today's first agenda, 10 a.m. We are in room 308, and it's Monday, February 26th. First up on the agenda is House Bill 2309 HD1. This is relating to homelessness. It establishes a homeless triage center program within the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Division in DOH. First up to testify. Let's see. We don't have anyone indicating that they would like to testify on this measure. Is there anyone who is wanting to testify on this bill? Okay, seeing none, we have supportive testimony from DOH, the Hawaii Substance Abuse Coalition, and two individuals. So committee members, no one to ask a question to, so we're going to move on to the next agenda item. The next item on the agenda is House Bill 1974 HD1. This is relating to social services and increases the monthly needs allowance from $50 to $75, as well as additional items in the bill. And first up to testify, we have the Executive Office on Aging. Anyone here? Not present. They are in support. How about the State Council on Developmental Disabilities? Great. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Department of Human Services on Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Daisy Hartsfield, Social Services Division Administrator. On behalf of Director Kathy Betts, the department did submit written testimony in support of this bill and stand by the written testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2216 HD1. This is relating to care homes. It increases the cap on state supplemental payments for Type 1 adult residential care homes, licensed developmental disability, domiciliary homes, community care foster family homes, certified adult foster family homes, and Type 2 adult residential care homes. First up to testify, we have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Human Services on Zoom.
Hello again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Daisy Hartsfield on behalf of the Department of Human Services. The department submitted written testimony, stands by its testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Community Home Care Association of Hawaii. Is anyone here? Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Vice Chair, I'm sorry. Good morning, Vice Chair Lisa Kitagawa and members of the committees. My name is Lemmy Mabuti. I'm the president of the Community Home Care Association. Strongly in support HB 2216, and we submit testimony as a coalition in support to HB 2216. Adult Foster Adult Foster Home Care Association President Maribel Tan. Unfortunately, she's out of town. United Community Health Care of Hawaii President Karina Campo. Unfortunately, she's out of town also. Alliance of Professional Primary Care President Alma Terra. Association of Care Administrators President Juanit Kaylor. The Primary Care Provider President Medi Delara. We are the 6 presidents associations representing nearly 90% of the community caregiver industry. We support HB 2216, which increases the cap of state supplemental payments for Arch 1, Arch 2, and CCFFH. The high cost of living here in Hawaii have escalated over the years. It's just so difficult financially for caregivers to survive, especially with the cost of rental, housing, and food. We saved the state of Hawaii significantly amount of money for providing care to our kupunas and disabled. It's time for the state of Hawaii to think about us so that we can continue to take care of our vulnerable elderly and disabled. For the reasons provided, we request that you pass HB 2216. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up to testify, we have AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. Next up, Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii on Zoom. Not present, they are in support. We also have other supportive testimony from organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For DOH, not DOH,
DHS.
Department of Human Services. We see these bills every year. This bill and the prior one about the cap for monthly allowance. The problem seems to be that the department does not increase these amounts on a regular and timely basis. So here we have no increase in 15 years. At a certain point, the whole program is going to die because 15 years is a long time to absorb loss. Do you have any plans for regular review and incremental increases?
Let me explain that the state supplemental program is in collaboration with the Federal Social Security Act. So there's an agreement between the department and the Social Security Administration as to how these monies will be distributed. So there's an agreement between the state and Social Security as to what the monthly or how the payments will be distributed. And so this can be reviewed at any time. It just has to be an amount that's agreed upon between the state and Social Security Administration. So it's ongoing. There is an agreement. There is a maintenance of effort, which is the amount of money that the state must spend in order to receive the federal funding. And so what we plan to do is to use that MOE money that is in the state budget to increase the cost. And that's something that we can continue to review on a regular basis. So I agree, it's been long overdue since an increase has occurred, and that's something that we can look at and monitor more closely so that the rates
But
can
this
be
seems to
more
be
consistent
what we
with
hear every
what is
year.
needed.
You review but don't do anything for 15 years.
Yeah, I can't speak for what occurred prior to what's happening now, but we are in agreement as to what this bill proposes, and we do have to work in conjunction with the Social Security Administration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2215. This is relating to Medicaid. It appropriates funds to increase the funding of certain Medicaid home and community-based services, including adult daycare programs and residential services offered in community care foster family homes and expanded adult residential care homes. First up to testify is the Department of Human Services. Oh, Judy, could you come up to the mic? Sorry.
I was admonished. Where are you
That's
now?
just so everyone on YouTube can hear you.
Yes, of course. I was admonished to also wear my mask, so I know it's hard to hear. So I'm Gina Moore Peterson on behalf of the Department of Human Services. We do stand on our written testimony. We support the intent of the bill. Notably, we do request that the legislature support the governor's budget, which includes the department's request for an appropriation that would accomplish the same goals as this bill proposes. Having the appropriation included in the DHS base budget will ensure that this increase will continue for more than 1 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii.
Good morning. I'm Audrey Suganakagawa. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP, and AARP stands in strong support of this measure. This is one of our priority bills. We really want to see our home and community-based services continue to provide the kind of care that they do in our communities. You know, there's only 46 nursing homes in the state of Hawaii, and they're taking care of about 4,000. So the vast majority of our kapuna who's aging at home or people with disabilities are really being cared by our home and community-based services. So without them, our long-term care system will really collapse. You already heard the previous testifier who talked about the care homes. There's 1,600 care homes out there taking care of 8,000. And then we have our adult daycare and our home care agencies that are doing what they can to help them to help kapuna remain at home. So we really strongly urge that you support this bill and have this passed. So thank you very much for testifying in support of this measure.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii on Zoom. Not present, but they are in support. We also have a supportive testimony from other organizations and individuals, but that's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else here wanting to testify? Yes, come on up.
Good morning again. Vice Chair Lisa Kitagawa and members of the committees. Again, my name is Lemmy. I'm the president of the Community Home Care Association, strongly in support HB 2215. On behalf of caregivers, members of the Community Home Care, strongly in support HB 2215. We humbly urge these committees to support and pass this measure. We provide 24/7 care for the flat rate of 4106 per day. Per day, 4106. With the work we provide for the elderly and disabled, truly believe that we are not gone up single cent for over a decade. The cost of providing care to our kupunas and disabled make it nearly impossible to operate. It takes a great deal. Sorry, can I wish? It takes a great deal of commitment, dedication, and patience. And love of the job that we're able to keep working 24/7. And caring for our clients. It's time for the state of Hawaii to do what's right. Support us so we can continue to take care of our elderly and disabled. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Lemmy.
Sorry, I'm just emotional.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 1769 HD1. This is relating to taxation. It establishes a refundable family caregiver tax credit for non-paid family caregivers. First up to testify on 1769 is the Executive Office on Aging. Anyone?
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caroline Kareirawa with the Executive Office on Aging, and we stand in strong support of this measure and defer to the Department of Taxation for implementation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Alzheimer's Association. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Chair Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We'll stand on a written testimony, but wanted to just highlight that we're a little bit concerned about duplicating the existing credit for dependent care expenses necessary for gainful employment. and we really need to kind of see how those two overlap or can be made to not overlap. Thank you for your thank you for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm Kaylee Lopez, State Director for AARP Hawaii. One of the things I think is real important to keep in mind is that family caregivers enable many of their loved ones to be able to be cared for in their homes, which is where most people want to. If you look at the spectrum of caregiving, you've got people being able to remain at home, those who are in arches and foster family, and then those who are in skilled nursing facilities. Some family caregivers actually provide care for their loved ones maybe for a few years, some for decades. One of the things that we want to ensure is that if not for family caregivers, the nursing system, skilled nursing facility could not accommodate or afford to care for these people if not for their family members. There's 154,000 family caregivers in Hawaii who care for their parents, spouse, loved ones, siblings. They put in, on average, about 44 million hours of work in a year caring for their loved one. That equates to about $2.6 billion that is saved by the state because these people aren't in skilled nursing facilities. Now, again, they don't want to necessarily be in them anyway, right? So it allows them to stay at home and be with their loved ones in familiar surroundings, being cared for by their family members. We think it's time that those family caregivers are supported. And that's why this family caregiver tax credit has been proposed. We think it's generally reasonable compared to what is possible. It doesn't make a family caregiver whole. They spend, on average, about $7,200 of their own funds. Now, again, this is separate from what might be coming in from a family member. The family member might have enough funds to perhaps pay for a CNA or other facilities, but oftentimes that doesn't cover it, and they have to spend their own funds to make it happen. So we appreciate this bill being scheduled to be heard. We recognize you have some challenging decisions to make. We hope this is one of those that you pass, though. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. Thank you very much. Next up, we have individual Ann Paulino. Are you here? Nope. They submitted testimony in support. Next, we have Susan Belosis on Zoom.
Aloha.
Hi, Susan. Go ahead.
Okay. My camera is not going. Okay. Mahalo for allotting me this time to share with you my experience as a full-time caregiver. I am in strong support of this bill. I live in Maui, Makawao, and I am a full-time caregiver. First of all, I am a self-employed massage therapist with a lot of experience and training, allowing me a modest income in Oahu. It was a lifestyle I surrendered to return to Maui in 2020 after my mother suffered a life-altering stroke that rendered her incapable of the simplest functions we take for granted. Mom has been a housewife all her life. Shortly after, Dad became very forgetful and was finally diagnosed with Alzheimer's, which, as you know, has garnered much worldwide attention. Dad is a decorated veteran, Vietnam veteran, and has been awarded the Bronze Star as well as the Purple Heart as a member of the U.S. Army Special Forces. Dad is 86 years old and a shadow of his former self. Caring for them has been rewarding, but a financial struggle for me as well. Sorry. Okay. The Kapuna Caregiver Act of 2017 offers $70 per day for caregivers who hold down a full-time job. I am not one of those full-time job holders, and that act passed over 7 years ago, which is why I'm in support of the caregiver's tax credit that actually saves public funding. Otherwise, being a full-time welfare recipient is not my goal, but with a little assistance goes a long way for me and the quality care I seek for my mom and dad. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of this bill. It may help many others like myself.
Thank you so much, Susan, for sharing your story. Is there anyone else here wanting to testify on this measure? Seeing none, I just want to point out, we do have other supportive testimony from organizations and individuals. Committee members, any questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 1771 HD1. This is relating to the Hawai'i Health Aging Partnership and appropriates funds to the Executive Office on Aging for the Hawai'i Healthy Aging Partnership. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Aging. Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Pro City Community Church and multiple individuals on this measure, but that's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to move to our next agenda item, HB 1772 HD1. This is relating to fall prevention. It appropriates funds to support the Department of Health's Senior Fall Prevention Campaign. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Aging. Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Offering comments. Next up is the Alzheimer's Association. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. We also have Catholic Charities Hawaii and an individual in support, but is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1773. This is relating to dementia and requires the Law Enforcement Standards Board to develop training materials related to the recognition and signs of Alzheimer's disease and related types of dementia, and requires officers to review training materials at least 1 hour per year. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Aging. Thank you very much. Next up is the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Law Enforcement.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Mike Vincent, Department of Law Enforcement. We stand in support of this measure, but there's a number of bills dealing with this area, and Senate Bill 2345 SD2 is going to be coming over to the House. And what we've done is we've moved the limited focus of the dementia training in with a larger crisis intervention training, where it kind of belongs, because they're all kind of similar. When a law enforcement officer rolls up on scene, they need to determine how to respond to their, the individual that they're working with, and this is part of it. But what we're asking is that keep this moving, though, just in case, because on the House side, the companion to SB 2345 didn't, it's not moving. So we're just kind of want to keep this going so that we can keep the subject matter going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Disability Rights Center on Zoom.
Okay. Good morning. Oh, my camera doesn't seem to be working. Anyway, good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Good
I'm
morning.
Lou Erdeshek. I'm the director of the Disability Rights Center, and I want to address my remarks to this bill and the next bill because they kind of go together. Obviously, we're in support, but as many of you may know, we represent a lot of people with disabilities. But a couple of years ago, I had a personal experience that really opened up my eyes on this subject. I had some friends in from out of town for an event, and their aunt with dementia just walked off one night, and they could not find her. Literally, we combed Waikiki, could not find her. The next day, she showed up into a beauty parlor near Ala Moana, and they called the police. And then the police came, and then in her purse was a note to call her niece. In the meantime, we had this thing on TV. We had filed a missing persons report. But when the police came to find her, they did not connect the dots in any way. They had no idea that she was the person that was on the missing persons list or on the TV. And so not only do we need a silver alert, but we clearly need a better way to coordinate these kinds of efforts, because I have seen through this bill that many others that I deal with professionally have gone through this as well. And so I think that this bill and the next bill, and I won't need to repeat my remarks on the next bill, but clearly these two go together. And I think it's very important. And from what I can see, it's not that expensive. And so I think this would be a really good use of our money. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Alzheimer's Association. Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. That is all the individuals who have, or organizations who have indicated they'd like to testify. We do have numerous other organizations and individuals in support. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, question.
Question.
Yes, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you for law enforcement. When you talk about the law enforcement officers, does that include the county police departments?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the other measure. That's part of Senate Bill 2345 is requiring the Department of Law Enforcement to help coordinate crisis intervention training and the specific training for specially trained officers to be crisis intervention officers to come and respond to individuals in crisis. It doesn't matter the reason that somebody is in crisis, whether it's some addiction issues or cognitive issues or Alzheimer's dementia. For some reason, something is going on, but it's a lot of times you need somebody especially trained, and so that's why it kind of lumps in. And it's to we're working with HPD and the county PDs, prosecutors, public defenders. There's a large group working on these bills.
Good. Okay.
So that's kind of why we want them all
I
together.
just want to make sure that everyone's included because it's not going to work if the other police
That is
departments are
correct.
not there.
It's a
Thank
whole.
you.
It's a holistic approach, ma'am.
Right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Alzheimer's Association, being that we just went through COVID, the notion of false positive has kind of become part of the lexicon. When you give these tests, is it like really solid or is it kind of loosey-goosey? Well, it looks like there's Alzheimer's not. How precise is it? And is there a statistic on false positive?
I don't have information with regards to false positive. You're referring to if they're tested for Alzheimer's?
Yeah, like, hey, you got it, but hey, they didn't really have it.
So the only way really to test if someone has Alzheimer's is through PET scans, which unfortunately this state does not have the ability to do. At this time, geriatricians or neurologists diagnose folks with Alzheimer's through a mini-cog test, which is
Hawaii's always guessing then?
Not necessarily, because there is the ability for us to test blood to see if there's amyloid presence in the blood. So that would determine an Alzheimer's diagnosis through cognitive testing and the ability to also test, I'm sorry, not blood, but cerebrospinal fluid.
That's a little bit more delicate, isn't it? And have you ever done a false diagnostic based upon that?
I don't have that information, Representative
Anyone
Ward.
have the statistics on this? It seems like it's getting bigger and bigger, you know, unless it's rather precise.
And, fortunately, there are health organizations here that are looking at PET imaging, which would allow us the ability to quickly and accurately diagnose Alzheimer's.
Is there such a thing as half Alzheimer's?
Well, with the recent advances in science, we see that there is this pre-Alzheimer's stage, like we see with pre-diabetes or diabetes, and which is why we have been pretty active in raising awareness because these new therapies target early stages of this disease.
The point is, if this bill says you guys are going to be trained in law enforcement, diagnose it, or whoever's going to do the diagnostic, whoever's going to do the training, and they train something that's not accurate scientifically, I think we could be in a little bit of trouble. In other words, if we're going to do it, let's do it right.
Wait.
Sir, you have an objection to what I just said.
It's not diagnosis.
Oh, can you come to the mic, please?
You're just trained to do a diagnostic, which you're not going to take medical responsibility for.
It's training of officers to respond to people in crisis. Not necessarily the reason they're in crisis. That's for somebody else. But you have somebody who's suffering from Alzheimer's, dementia, some cognitive impairment. It's just recognizing, hey, something is wrong here. Just because somebody is an offender doesn't mean they are necessarily a criminal. Now,
But the
true,
bill
all
says
criminals
dementia
are.
training, though. You said
Yes.
crisis. Crisis is different than dementia training.
And that's why the bill on the Senate side that's moving over actually moved this bill into the crisis intervention training. Kind of a holistic. That's why we're asking to keep this alive for now until we can actually deal with Senate Bill 2345.
So we
That-
prefer
that
crisis or
includes-
dementia? Which do you further
Crisis.
believe?
Because
Crisis.
crisis involves everything, not just
Not just-
Alzheimer's and dementia.
Now I am very clear on that.
Okay.
You guys,
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Any other questions, committee members? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 1774 HD2. This is relating to missing persons. It establishes a silver alert program within Department of Law Enforcement to help locate and safeguard missing persons who are 60 years of age or older, cognitively impaired, or developmentally disabled. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Aging.
Good morning again, Caroline Kadirao with the Executive Office on Aging, and we stand in support of the intent of this measure. This would build off of the current Miley alert system, and it would help to provide finding someone who is cognitively impaired or someone with a disability if they go missing. And for someone you can't put a price on a life, and for someone who's actually been through losing her father for an hour, we were lucky. We found him. We had a good, strong support system, and we were able to locate him and bring him home. He does have dementia. This would be a good measure, and I know funding is very tight this year, but I think this is one that really would help to save a lot of heartache in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Great, thank you very much. Next up is Department of Law Enforcement. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawai'i Disability Rights Center on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. I'll stand on my remarks from last bill.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Next up, we have the Alzheimer's Association.
Aloha, I apologize. I did not introduce myself. My name is LJ Duenas. I'm the Executive Director for the Alzheimer's Association. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for hearing this measure, and to Representative Corey Chun and his many co-sponsors for helping us introduce this bill. We stand in strong support of this bill and happy to answer any questions. I did want to share, if you could take the time to read some of the personal stories that are included in the testimony. because they're heartbreaking, and this bill is going to be life-changing. And on behalf of Ron, he wasn't able to be here today, but he sends his mahalo. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Catholic Charities Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha, sorry. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. We'll stand on our written testimony in support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Next up on Zoom, we have individual Joseph Burr.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the chairman, the vice chair, and the committee. I strongly support the legislation going forward to install a silver alert system into the Hawaiian Islands. Unfortunately, I have a brother, 79 years old, that was diagnosed with dementia. He wandered on the morning of October the 2nd. And unfortunately, his remains were not found until the afternoon of November the 22nd. We strongly feel that if there was a solid silver alert program in place in Hawaii, that there's a strong possibility that they would have returned my brother to his home for care, as opposed to returning his remains to the family for burial. It was a very tragic event that occurred. And it's our feeling that a silver alert system, similar to what we have in our home state of Ohio, where I'm calling from today, is robust and would help in bringing these people back to their loved ones or to the care facilities that manage them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Joseph, for sharing your story. We also have numerous organizations and individuals, all with supportive testimony. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you for law enforcement again. I'm going to have a comment before my question, but when I was the chair of Human Services years ago, this bill came up, and it didn't get far because law enforcement were the ones that said, no, we can't do this because we can do it by word of mouth in the community. And through those years, we've learned that that doesn't work. So I'm glad to see that you're supporting it this time. But my question would be, the Amber Alert, which we experienced recently, which I cannot remember ever seeing one, why can't that just be used as similar to the Silver Alert?
At some point in time, they may be combined, but the Amber Alert is focusing on missing children, and there's
For the whole
there's
nation?
for
Or
the
just
state,
for the state?
But it's kind of there's a lot of things going on with the Amber Alert program and kids that are at risk. If it's in our wheelhouse, we will accept responsibility for it. When we were approached about the Silver Alert, okay, we're standing up a new dispatch center. This is something that we can do, and there's very specific steps and criteria. Then we just need to be able to work with our county law enforcement partners and HAIMA as to how to actually, when the decision's made to push the alert out, push it out. But as you pointed out, times are a little different. It's easier to get the word out now, but you gotta have things in place to be able to push things out to the community. Mm-hmm. And for now, it'll be with us. At some point, they might be combined, but for now.
The funding is sufficient, though?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2224 HD1. This is relating to long-term care. It requires the Executive Office on Aging to create a comprehensive long-term care master plan to accomplish long-term care policy goals and ensure the availability of a full continuum of institutional and community-based services. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Aging.
Good morning again, Caroline Kadira with the Executive Office on Aging, and we stand in strong support of this measure. It does appropriate funds, and it would exceed our ceiling. This is really to help us to take a lot of good work that's already been done around long-term care and be able to, it would establish a 1.0 FTE planner in our office, which we currently do not have. And it would support the overall execution of a long-term care plan to address long-term services and supports, and really to take a lot of the good work that's already been done over the years around long-term care, long-term services and supports, and to kind of just break down some of the silos and bring everything together to address the needs.
Thank you
I'm
very much.
available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have AARP Hawaii.
Good morning again. I'm Audrey Suga Nakagawa, Advocacy Director for AARP, and AARP is in strong support of this particular measure. Back in 2008, AARP played a very key role in establishing the Long-Term Care Commission, which resulted in a report that was submitted to the legislature in 2012. 12 years later, a lot of things have evolved over the years in terms of the long-term care system. There's definitely good work that has come about, as been mentioned by the Executive Office on Aging, but we also have new challenges, and one of them is workforce. So it's really long overdue to have an update on where we are right now and looking at our system and looking at how we can incorporate the new trends, the technology that has evolved over the last several years, as well as addressing the ongoing issues and challenges that's still facing us. So thank you very much for allowing me to testify in strong support of this measure.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Healthcare Association of Hawaii and Ohana Pacific Health. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go on to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 2713. This is HD1. This is relating to adoption assistance. It provides additional support and resources to families receiving benefits through the state adoption assistance and permanency assistance programs. First up to testify is Department of Human Services on Zoom.
Aloha again, Daisy Hartsfield on behalf of the Department of Human Services. The department submitted its written testimony and stands by it. I did want to emphasize that if there's any appropriation provided for this bill, that it not reduce or replace a budget priority that's already been identified in the department's executive budget. I'm also available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. That's the only testimony we have received. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for DHS. Yes, Representative Ward.
Just DHS, please. Oh, you're
Representative.
as an adoptive parent myself, I'm reasonably familiar with the process, but it was an international one. This is all for local domestic, correct? Or does it include international? If so, why
My
so?
understanding is local, but I don't believe we can discriminate if it's a international adoption and the parents seek out for assistance.
What kind of assistance do you anticipate providing?
Sometimes caring for a child, regardless of if the child is adopted or not, can be challenging for parents, especially if the child has special needs. And if there is a potential risk of possible harm, they can always reach out to Child Welfare Services to seek assistance to strengthen the family unit and to improve parenting skills and to provide assistance with caring for a child. So if they fit into that type of category and if there are services that we are able to provide them, then we will do so.
So this bill is for if something goes wrong or something doesn't adjust relationally, it doesn't help the process or encourage it or facilitate it. I'm getting the impression from what you just said.
Yeah, we don't, unless a family is referred to Child Welfare Services, we honor a parent's constitutional right to raise and care for their child as they please. And so unless there's a reason for Child Welfare to get involved, then we...
So how is this different than what already exists on the books? What's difference? What's the difference?
Sorry?
What is the difference between this and what you already do for kids who got problems with their kids or with raising their kids, et cetera?
Yeah, the difference is that we only become involved if we get a call from our hotline that there might be concerns for abuse. This situation applies to families who have adopted children. They're no longer in the system or receiving services, but there might be a situation where a protective issue arises, and so they can seek out for assistance without having to get involved in the system and have an active case with the department. So this would play a supportive role of a prevention type of service.
Okay, I'm not really clear on what you just said. You're saying that adoptive parents can do or they cannot do now what otherwise non-adoptive parents can do. And this one facilitates their being able to do it. Because legally, you can't do that now for adoptive parents.
If they reach out to us, we can. That we already have permanency services available. This bill would allow for more monies to provide that type of service.
More money to whom?
To the department so that we can provide enhanced services.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 1776, HD1. This is relating to an increase in the Household and Dependent Care Services tax credit for 5 years. First up to testify is the Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next up is the Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii will send a written testimony to be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is AARP Hawaii. Thank you very much. Next up is Catholic Charities Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson, representing Catholic Charities Hawaii. We're supporting this bill because we find that child care and dependent care is one of the largest cost burdens for families in Hawaii after housing. Many of the impacted families are either low income or Ellis families who are already struggling to work. Finding services is hard enough, but paying for them really makes a dent in people's budget. We really feel that people need childcare to work, so this is not an option for them not to have. But to help them with the high costs and increasing costs, we feel this bill would be a great addition. It would also rectify the original legislative intent was to help more at the lower income level, and this bill would achieve that. So thank you very much for your support of this bill.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Deborah Zeisman on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. I would just like to point out this measure is a key priority for us as part of our ALICE initiative, trying to help families who are working but have limited assets and often make too much money to qualify for social supports, so are really struggling paycheck to paycheck. As I think Betty Lou said, this measure started last year and was a huge step forward to help those families by increasing the amount. We need to now finish the job this year by increasing the cap, looking at the percentage, so that the true intent, I think, from last year, that families are able to claim and get the tax refund that you intended last year. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We also have supported testimony from organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's move to our next agenda item. House Bill 2535 HD1. This is relating to childcare and establishes a childcare classroom contracts pilot program to require DHS to contract directly with child care center providers in licensed infant and toddler child care centers and group child care centers that meet certain criteria. First up to testify is Department of Human Services on Zoom. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next up is the Executive Office on Early Learning. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Thank you very much. Next, we have Early Childhood Action Strategy.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name's Vivian Eto, and I'm with Early Childhood Action Strategy. You have our written testimony in strong support of this measure. Just wanted to take a moment to emphasize the value of this proposal in terms of providing a mechanism not only to help families afford childcare through childcare subsidy, but through a method that also provides greater financial stability and supports the organizational capacity of our community-based childcare providers. We're at a time right now where we're experiencing attrition in the availability of licensed general childcare or group childcare centers and loss of spots. And so a measure that would not only help families afford childcare, but also ensure that there are childcare spaces for them to use is just critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have He'e Coalition. Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks.
Hi, Deborah Zeisman on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks again. Echoing what Vivian said, we are in strong support of this measure. We have taken some considerable steps forward over the last few years to help families financially support preschool and childcare. It is also abundantly clear during the COVID years that we've been seeing a decrease in the number of providers. So we have a few measures on this agenda today to look at the supply. From where we sit, this is a critical step as a pilot to put in place, thinking about how do we, demand is high. We know that. Folks can't go to work if they don't have childcare. We need to think about how we will grow the sector, increase the supply when folks are looking for it. And so we encourage you to support this relatively small pilot to try to experiment with some new ways to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have other organizations and individuals in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members' questions. Yes, Representative Ward.
DHS, please. Generally speaking, some of us interpret comments as a polite no. And I'm wondering, why would you not be in support of this when childcare, child support is a really, really important issue with so many families, Alice and otherwise?
Thank you for that question. It's not that I want to say that the department currently can offer contracted slots. And what we're doing now is we are working with our federal advisors in trying to find the, I guess, best practices on how to make it successful.
You're not sure how to do it, and this one says you're going to do it, but you don't want to do it until you're sure how to do it. What seems to be the hang up?
Well, our last contract, that ended in 2022. And then currently, there's different avenues that we can use contracting for. So rural areas, supply building, all of that. So we want to really look at targeted areas, That's what I can offer.
What does that mean, targeted areas?
Well,
I mean, did you contract with daycare centers or child care
That
people
was
who didn't know what
limited.
they were doing, or what?
That was limited. That was with our teen parents. So it didn't quite take off, although that we did have a contract in place. It was not utilized as what we expected it to be.
And this is just a pilot program. It doesn't work. You just cancel it. So why would you be against a pilot program when in fact you did pilot it before and you got kind of wobbly legs as to whether it works or not? And this gives you another bite at the apple.
Yeah, correct. Not.
I'm not trying to talk you into being in favor for it, but I'm trying to understand why DHS would not be in favor for it.
Not that we're not in favor for it. It's we can do it using our child care development funds. We intend to pursue that route, but we want to do it well.
Why can't you do it well? Because of 1, 2, 3, what?
Oh,
Don't know how to do it?
I'm sure we'll have the support of our partners, that's for sure. With our office, we are small. So that's one thing to address on our side. So we will look at that.
More work, not enough personnel, not enough money.
Which without me saying yes. Could ask, yes, for a position.
appropriates funds, this for a position to support, this does have funds and a position. Happy camper then?
I'm sorry?
Try not try to persuade you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, okay,
Yeah,
Chair.
DHS. So if, what it doesn't include in this measure is the money for the contracts, well, how much would that be?
Well, what we have, our mechanism right now is using a market rate survey. And then what happened was in November of 23, our research office, they formulated the study findings for us. So it gave us a range. It gave us what providers are currently charging. So, but that doesn't necessarily take into account true costs of care, right, to make their business, their childcare services. That's what that's the numbers we have right now for our different services.
Yeah.
We're actually asking for our partners to help us, formulate a
Yeah, if you could share that with the committee when you have something solid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 2427, HD1. This is relating to the Preschool Open Doors Program. This specifies that the priority of selection for Preschool Open Doors Program participation applies only during the priority application period, and that applications received after that period shall be processed on a first-come, first-served basis. First up to testify is Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Scott Nakasoni, Department of Human Services. On behalf of our Director, Kathy Betts, Department strongly supports this administrative bill, and thanks to committee for hearing the bill today. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Executive Office on Early Learning. Thank you very much. Next up, we have He'e Coalition. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. Thank you. And Early Childhood Action Strategy. Thank you very much. That's all the testimony we received. Is there anyone else willing or wanting to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, no questions. Let's move to our next agenda item. House Bill 1964 HD1. This is relating to early childcare. It requires DHS to establish and implement a child care provider subsidy and bonus program to provide subsidies to retain the existing child care workforce and licensed infant and toddler care centers. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Early Learning. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the University of Hawaii. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Human Services. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks.
Good morning again. Deborah Zeisman on behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. This measure is critical, again, to look at how we increase supply in the childcare sector. We have seen decreases in our number of childcare providers when actually our state goal is to double our number of childcare providers across the state. We know from a University of Hawaii RAND study conducted last year that pay does hover right now in our state for those childcare providers a little bit above minimum wage. So it is very difficult to recruit and retain employees in this sector. If you talk to childcare providers, they often will say they are losing workers with bachelor's degrees to places like Costco and Target. So we've got folks who have a degree in early education, love doing this work, and are leaving because they cannot put food on their own family's table. This is a measure that numerous states are looking at. How do we help subsidize the infrastructure needed across childcare without charging families more? I think that is where we need government investment. And we've proposed a couple different levels for you to take a look at as we try to grow in the sector. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Early Childhood Action Strategy.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Vivian Eto with Early Childhood Action Strategy. I just would echo everything that Deborah just shared in terms of the loss of spaces. Just as an example, in our group childcare centers in the last 6 months of last year, we had a net loss of 17 programs and over 600 spaces. And if you speak to our community-based childcare programs, they will point to the difficulty finding staff for their existing classrooms, let alone in terms of their ability to build out any kind of capacity. And so measures like this, programs like this that support our workforce have been implemented across the country and proven to be successful. And we think it's important to try to deploy a strategy like that to shore up our own workforce needs. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Next up, we have He'e Coalition. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii. Not present, but they are in support. Next up, we have Holomua Collaborative.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We'll largely stand on our testimony and support. The only thing I just wanted to add is, in addition to everything that Deb and Vivian said about trying to help out the people who want to be working in this profession and to make sure that those providers can continue to do this, it's also just important to anybody in the state who's looking for childcare, which is difficult and expensive to access because we have this shortage of childcare providers. And therefore, it's also really important to local businesses because so many local businesses depend on their own employees being able to get access to childcare so they can keep going to work and focusing on what they're doing there. So this is one of those rare bills that both helps the people who are directly impacted by getting the subsidies, helps families across the board who have kids, and also helps local businesses who are depending upon those folks to be able to be at work for them. Thank you very much. Here for any question you've got.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have individual testimony from Malia Suchia. Not present, but she is in support. We also have supportive testimony from numerous organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions on this bill? Yes, Representative Ward.
DHS, please. In one of the testifiers, they say they are a licensed child care provider. Do all of these child care providers have to be licensed? Because 16% supposedly are living in poverty. And if so, what is the license requirements?
So this measure requires that, yes, you'd have to be a licensed provider to participate in this subsidy program.
And
then the requirements to be a licensed provider, if you're asking about like group childcare center requirements, or are you talking about family childcare?
Family
childcare. So you have to submit an application to the department. You have to pass your background checks. You have to provide physical TB. And then your home has to be safe for children.
What about the other category?
Group childcare center. You have to make sure that your center complies with the city and county codes. There are staff qualifications, educational experience qualifications.
Of those two groups, how many do you have applicants and are turned down? It looks like there's a real shortage here. I'm trying to look at where the blockage is.
Off the top of my head, we don't turn down a lot of applicants. We work with the applicants so that they can meet those requirements so they can be licensed or registered.
You're saying they're not just showing, they're just not showing up, no interest to do that.
I mean, there are some challenges. You know, if if your childcare center cannot meet, one of the big things is they may not be able to meet county codes. So electrical, fire, plumbing. Another challenge is finding staff members to meet those qualifications and be able to staff the classroom with the appropriate number
What are
of
the
qualified.
qualifications to staff the center?
So there's director, teacher, assistant teacher, and aide qualifications. From what I can recall, to be a qualified teacher, you would need your CDA, your Child Development Associate credential. You could an associate's degree with experience, a bachelor's degree.
If that's the threshold or the bar, workers, teachers, I don't know what the category was, is living in poverty, meaning they're an Alice or a sub-Alice family. So that high qualification, setting the bar too high, or what's going on?
Well, I mean, childcare providers in this field, the median income is, according to this RAND study that was done, is between $13 and $17 an hour. So, and then it's our understanding that childcare tuition doesn't cover, the paying staff appropriately. There's so many other, costs to operating a childcare. So it's a low paying field. It's a low paying and hard working field that.
You said you have to have an associate degree, right?
Those are one of the criteria to be a qualified preschool teacher.
Trying to look at the structure of the incentives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, HB 2712 HD1. This is relating to autism. It appropriates funds to increase the funding for applied behavioral analysis services for persons with autism. First up to testify is the Department of Human Services. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawai'i Disability Rights Center on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, committee members. I'm Lou Erdeshek, Director of the Disability Rights Center. And we've been very involved for years in this issue of getting ABA services provided to people. We had filed a lawsuit against DHS years ago, and as a result, they now cover it under the Medicaid EPSDT program. We worked to get the legislature to mandate insurance coverage. And yet we get calls from people all the time saying, I can't get ABA services. And when we look closer at it, it's not because they're not eligible, but because there's just nobody to do it. So the agencies apparently have a shortage of providers and long waiting lists. So we're not really solving the problem. And I know there was a rate study, and I'm told that higher rates would make it easier to lure providers. And so we certainly support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have ABC Group Hawaii. Not present, there in support. Next up, we have the Hawaii Association for Behavior Analysis on Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Kristen Koba-Burt on behalf of the Hawaii Association for Behavior Analysis will stand in strong support on our written testimony, just calling attention to last year, the legislature took a great step in passing parity between Medicaid and Medicare rates. Unfortunately, that did not include us because Medicare does not set rates for our services. So we're really just looking to close that gap. As HDRC just spoke to, there's really a shortage of providers, and an increase in rates would really help address this. And services now for children helps decrease the cost over the lifetime for the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Bayada.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Miley Martin, and I'm on behalf of Beata. We stand in strong support of this bill. We have an increasing number of families calling us for services because they can't find another Quest provider. Sadly, we have to add these families to our wait list because with the low reimbursement rates, we can't hire or retain enough staff. Waiting, sometimes years, for services means children are not getting the services they need, and this only increases the cost to the state to support individuals with autism across their lifespan. Mahalo for your time, and mahalo for serving the people.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Linda Elento. Not present. Oh, on Zoom? Okay. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair. This is Linda Elento. Apologize, I haven't gotten my video to work, if it's available. Anyway, I'd like to share, I'm a parent, I'm Linda Elento, and I support this bill. And I just wanted to provide some reasons as to why I'm in strong support of this bill. And I also support that the same ABA services be provided to individuals who turn 21 years old and older through the Medicaid insurance and health plans. For instance, to consider, as I've written in my written testimony, the annual Social Security cost of living has gone up, and just calculating over the last 6 increases, it's well over 23% increase. Also, individuals who require medically necessary ABA, just like I mentioned, lose their ABA services under Medicaid upon turning 21. I believe these individuals with an autism diagnosis are discriminated against due to their disability of autism. I also believe the federal and state mental health parity laws require these mental health services be covered to the same extent as physical health services. And a couple more to consider. Medicaid beneficiaries who need medically necessary ABA to benefit from the Medicaid IDD waiver program and other state services at age 21 and older, such as my son, are currently not able to receive ABA under the state Medicaid Quest health plans. For example, an individual such as my son, who is provided with an annual Medicaid IDD waiver budget to cover community learning services and respite, which I'm thankful for. However, he cannot access entitled services because of his inappropriate behaviors due to disability, which is treatable by ABA, defeating the purposes of services to keep such individuals at home and in the community, not an institution. So the current Medicaid IDD waivers scope and purpose of ABA-like services are limited, not just the number of service providers. As we've heard, a lot of it has to do with, I believe, the pay rate. Okay, I do have a reference, and the reference is a resolution that was adopted by the Senate a couple of years ago. It regards the Department of Human Services. And this was a quote from one of the, or from the testimony of the Department of Health. Let's see, the waiver services for individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities are delivered by the Department of Health's Developmental Disabilities Division. While they do not provide applied behavioral analysis, ABA per se, similar services are provided to individuals who are 21 and older, and that was testimony dated March 21, 2022. That's what I wanted to point out. ABA is not the same for this population, and I wanted to give a couple other reasons why an individual would may not even go through the IDD process because of mental health privacy. And most important thing, I believe, is choice of providers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. We also have numerous organizations and individuals in support of this measure. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to the last bill on our agenda. It's House Bill 1533 HD1. This is relating to death benefits. It increases death benefits paid by DHS to cover cremation and disposition costs of deceased persons who are eligible for medical or financial assistance and whose body is unclaimed. First up to testify is the Department of Human Services. Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawai'i Funeral and Cemetery Association on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Jay Morford. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hawai'i Funeral and Cemetery Association. We represent 14 mortuaries and 10 cemeteries throughout the state. We stand on a written testimony of support and appreciate the consideration. The original $800 reimbursement to the mortuaries for unclaimed decedents, we believe has never been raised. There is no mechanism in the current statutes that allows for an annual increase. So we appreciate your consideration on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from 2 other organizations. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Jay, are you still there?
I am.
Jay, this bill started out with 800, now it goes to 1,600. I looked at Borthwick. Borthwick is almost 3,000. What are the rates of cremation, generally speaking? It looks like it's kind of all over the board here.
So Hawaii, if you're speaking about the number of cremations in Hawaii, Hawaii is about at 65% in regards to total cremations to burials throughout the state. On the unclaimed, which is what we're speaking about on this bill, I think based on DHS's report that they put in on their reimbursement last year, we're looking about 347 a year of unclaimed that the funeral homes are currently handling for the state and counties of Hawaii.
And the cost
If that answers your question.
No, well, actually, I'm trying to get at the cost, the average cost. Whether you're claimed or unclaimed, you still get the same cremation, 2,000 degrees heat or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's true. But the annual cost increase for the funeral homes has increased over the last decades. The actual cost to a funeral home varies based on their overhead. So the average cost for a cremation throughout the state right now is probably around $2,000 based on retail price.
And this bill says 1,600.
Right. That is correct.
So what do you suggest?
Well, we're suggesting, our recommendation is that it be increased to $1,600. We feel that that's a reasonable increase based on the number of years that it's been at $800.
So the mortuaries would eat the cost differential.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess for about an hour and come back before our 12:30 agenda to do decision making. So recess.
Okay, we're going to reconvene our Committee on Finance for decision-making on our first agenda. First up is House Bill 2309 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2309 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Aye. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your
Okay.
recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1974 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1974 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 2216 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation and putting a defective date of June 30th, 3000. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2216 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to the next bill, 2215 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2215 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 1769 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the credit, the amount, the cap on the per person credit. So just that part, taking that part out, the 5,000 to just blanking that out. Any discussion? Okay, HD2.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1769 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 1771 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1771 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 1772 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1772 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1773 HD1. Members, this one, okay, we'll be moving it out as is. Just that understand that this is an unfunded mandate, so it has implications of funding in the future. So as is for now. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1773 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 1774 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1774 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 2224, House Bill 2224. House Bill 2224 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2224 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2713 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2713 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1776 HD1. Okay, we're going to be taking out the CPI language, blanking out the dollar amount, and blanking the percentages. Are there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1776 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2535 HD1. As is, members, just noting that there is no money for the contracts in this bill. So again, as I stated earlier. But for now, as is, we'll move the bill along for further discussion. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2535 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2427 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2427 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is
Okay,
adopted.
thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1964 HD1, we're going to be blanking out the cap, the per hour amount, and the FTE. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1964 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 2712 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2712 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1533 HD1, we're going to be blanking out the increase. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1553 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to adjourn for a few minutes to let the room clear out and move into the next agenda. We're adjourned. Okay, we're going to convene our second agenda, our 12:30 p.m. agenda. We're just a little behind. Okay, we're going to, first up is House Bill 2218 HD1. First up to testify is Department of Hawaiian Homeland. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 2357 HD1. First up is, let's see, is Debed here? Yeah, nobody signed up. Is, let's see, HHFTC. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 2292 HD1. First up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. HHFTC. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 2358 HD1. Okay, this one has a little bit more. First up is Department of Hawaiian Homeland. Okay, thank you. Next is NAIOP Hawaii Chapter. Not here. Okay, moving on to next is Sierra Club. On Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Wayne Tanaka with the Sierra Club of Hawaii. We're in opposition to this measure. We think it goes, it provides a far greater exemption from our environmental review law than the affordable housing exemption already found in the existing rules, and we just urge the committee to stick with what's in the rules because it's a carefully crafted and balanced approach to promoting both affordable housing and protecting our environmental and cultural integrity. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is cleanearthforkids.org.
Yes, hello, my name is John Bodorf with cleanearthforkids.org, and we are in agreement with Sierra Club, and we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. In person, yes. Okay, you can step up to the mic, please.
I would like to comment that this bill as currently presented in HD1 provides a little more to streamline the environmental review process than is provided under the administrative rules. The referenced affordable housing projects are currently eligible for exemption under the rules. In fact, this bill, by excluding the projects from the requirements of Chapter 343, would reduce transparency by removing the minor record keeping and filing requirements that allow the public to learn about these projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's see, there's no one else that signed up to testify. We've had numerous amount of testimony in opposition. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Sierra Club, please. Sierra Club is.
Right here, sorry. Good
Oh,
afternoon.
sorry. I thought you were a person in the room. I'm a metrics guy, and I love to see numbers. Given that the law now says you got to have an EAP, how many housing projects, particularly public housing projects, have been refused because of the EAP not being successful? In other words, they found really bad stuff.
You know, I'd actually have to probably defer to OPSD. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
OPSD is in the room, or who's OPSD? Sir,
All right.
you've been subcontracted to answer the question.
Sub it out. Question again?
The question is, from a metrics point of view, how many of these kind of public housing projects have asked for an EAP and in the process have found that they disqualified because they broke so many environmental regulations? I'm trying to get an experience rating for if we take this aside, it's like we're going to miss 5, 10, 15, 20%, and we're going to do bad things to the environment.
Well, from OPSD, I don't have those metrics. They don't ask us for permission. We don't have the authority to grant permission, so
So we don't know how many projects have failed or, let's say, had to go back to the drawing boards to do corrective measures. The point is we have a housing crisis, and public housing is a crisis of a crisis. And if we don't loosen up on some of this stuff, we're going to be even worse off. And the point is we don't want to denigrate the environment, but I want to know an experience rating that says, hey, you've hurt the environment this 10 out of 20 times or whatever. If we don't have the numbers, how do we know that this is a good thing to not do versus, as you're saying, it should be done because you're going to protect the environment? I'm looking for some numbers of how much of the environment you
we would
protected.
have numbers of the times that the request was approved, an exemption was approved by an agency and submitted to us. We could get those numbers.
You could get those, but not the ones that have failed and have gone back to the drawing board and have been kicked around because they're so bad on the
Individual
environment.
Agencies would have those.
Is anyone in this room available with those numbers, the metric? Okay, metrics don't always mean a lot in the finance committee, but to me it means everything. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you.
Next up on the agenda is House Bill 1808. This is relating to housing. It expands the county's authorization to exercise the same powers as the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation for purposes of developing, constructing, financing, refinancing, or providing mixed income projects and mixed use developments. First up to testify is HHFDC. Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Office of Housing with the City and County of Honolulu. Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony and comments from other organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item. Next is House Bill 1760 HD1. This is relating to state finances. This allows HHFDC or a county to establish a bond recycling program authorized by federal law. First up to testify is HHFDC. Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from County of Maui and an individual. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item. Next up is House Bill 1761 HD1. This is relating to housing. It authorizes HHFDC to issue bonds for housing project infrastructure and finance the development of regional state infrastructure projects in addition to other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is HHFDC. Thank you very much. Next up is the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. Next up, we have NIAP Hawai'i Chapter. They are not here, but they are in support. We also have supportive testimony from HCDA and an individual. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to our next agenda item. That is House Bill 2790 relating HD1 relating to housing. This authorizes the issuance of general obligation bonds to reinstate the Hula May Single-Family Loans Program in order to assist homeowners in obtaining mortgage loans. First up is HHFDC. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Realtors. Thank you very much. Next up is Aloha United Way.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Suzanne Schuld for Aloha United Way, standing in strong support of this bill along with the Alice Initiative and wanting to note the potential for this to have a real impact on affordable monthly payments for local families to become first-time home buyers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
HFDC. Regarding the interest rate, was that your comment? This bill will make it easier, will it not, to get those funds out the door? But your amendment, I was concerned about what don't you like in the existing language, which I haven't zeroed in on what you specifically wanted to amend.
Greg, you can move the mic over to you. Thank you.
Yes, the basic amendment is that I think we need to establish a special fund for each one of these bond issuances. Typically how it's been done in the past. It hasn't been put into DERF. And it's actually in the housing finance branch that it's usually done with a single-family mortgage program. And in the past, it's been done with private activity bonds, which we sort of right now because from a housing standpoint, it's more efficient to use private activity bonds to generate low-income housing tax credits at the same time. The 4% low-income housing tax credits are attached to the private activity bonds. That's why I think this bill is asking for general obligation bonds. But in the past, when we've done it with, when we did the Hula May Single Family Program, we set up a fund for each issuance. Not DERF.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1763 HD1. This is relating to housing. It requires the allocation of low-income housing tax credits be issued pursuant to a priority system in addition to other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is HHFDC. Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Public Housing Authority. Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Thank you very much. We also have Catholic Charities Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson, representing Catholic Charities Hawaii. We strongly support the intent of this bill. We need to create a method to have permanently affordable housing. We have over 11,000 tax credit projects, which will expire at their 61-year affordability. What will Hawaii do then? We need to take action now. However, although we strongly support the intent, we feel that this bill needs to be amended. We feel that The goal is permanent affordability, but we also need to take a wider view of affordability, where these projects, we strongly support the state projects, but they're not located in places where the workforce might need housing. So we think we need a partnership between what the tax credits have done in the past with private partnerships and the state, of course. We had urged that you give choices to the local communities. And to do this, we think looking at the overall principles is the most important thing for this bill. We suggest that there be 3 principles. One, that projects on state or county-owned land be a priority. Projects that are required to be conveyed to the state or county at a definite time is a priority. And third, projects with a permanent affordability commitment. So this would be a way to involve many developers. So it's not only on the state to produce affordable housing. We feel that there needs to be a lot more discussion about how do you really do this effectively. And so we ask that you task HHFDC to evaluate the different options to create this permanent affordable housing. What would be the process? What's most efficient? What's most doable for Hawaii? So we have some other comments in our testimony, but we feel those are most important. So we ask you to continue this discussion. It's a very important one. And, but also to look at maybe tasking HHFDC with the implementation and how to really create an effective system. Thank you very much for hearing this bill.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from AARP and an individual. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Catholic Charities, please. You rather rapidly went through something I couldn't find in your testimony. You said something, and all these other public housing projects are going to expire, and what are we going to do about them? Could you explain that again?
There are over 11,000 tax credit, low-income housing tax credit projects. Most of them have an affordability of 61 years. That's the maximum. But the 61 years will come. Some are 20, almost 30 years into that process. Hawaii is going to have a housing crunch in 30 years. I don't think we can dispute that. What are we going to do? We had to buy Kukui Gardens for $52 million, one project, half the project. We can't afford to buy these projects. I was on the board previously of HHFTC, and we did do that. We bought 1 year, 3 out of 4 projects were these kind of projects, losing affordability, coming back in to, be sold, but then have another long extension. So we're saying this is a time to look in advance before we get there, so that the millions and millions, $1 billion perhaps, that we're going to be spending in the next couple years will be there in the future.
You're talking about a crisis that's going to come in 30 years.
It's a slow-moving train.
Versus what's facing us right now, immediately in 30 minutes or 30 days.
But our housing crisis now is because 30 years ago,
we weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
So what are you suggesting?
Well, this would be for the future projects. We can't work on what's now. So if we create these priorities, then future selection will solve the problem, or hopefully will solve that problem through the implementation of these priorities that would give permanent affordable housing first priority. And we think that that would probably be most of the projects, because there's a lot of projects that need funding, and they're over subscribed as far as the applications. But so that's a future need, but we can solve the future problem. We're going to have problems in the next few years with expiring affordability, but this is one problem we can work on now for the future.
Thank you for your long-term view, of which generally government is not too
I know.
exclusively in agreement with. Thank
But
you.
now we've seen the housing crisis, so I think hopefully people will be more attentive. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1833, HD1. This is relating to Rental Housing Revolving Fund. It appropriates funds into and out of the Rental Housing Revolving Fund to provide loans or grants for mixed-income rental projects or units in mixed-income rental projects for qualifying individuals and families. First up to testify is HHFDC. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawai'i Realtors. Thank you. Next up is Catholic Charities Hawaii. Great, thank you. We also have other organizations and an individual in support. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? No questions. We're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2364 HD1. This is relating to the conveyance tax. It increases the conveyance tax rate for certain properties in addition to other items listed in the bill First up to testify on 2364 is HHFTC. Thank you very much. Next up to testify is DLNR.
Aloha, everyone. I'm David Penn, Program Specialist with DLNR, and the department strongly supports this bill's proposal to repeal the dollar cap amount of conveyance taxes that's deposited into the Land Conservation Fund. It's very important for us to increase our revenue stream because we're heading into the next fiscal biennium basically running on fumes, or the $5.1 million a year that we would receive in revenue under the current statute, which is 1.5 of that goes to Turtle Bay bond service, another 300,000 or 400,000 goes to our administrative costs, and that leaves us with very little cash in today's market to fund our competitive grants process for land acquisition and for management of the 50 properties that have already been acquired with money from this fund statewide. We've also proposed an amendment that would make this repeal retroactive to July 1st, 2023, so that the Land Conservation Fund would receive an immediate infusion of much-needed fiscal year 2023 cash to help offset the $17+ million that were transferred out to the general fund for supporting COVID emergency response and recovery. And I'm here for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Thank you. Next, we have the Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Catholic Charities of Hawaii.
Vice Chair and members of the committee, I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We strongly support this bill. It doesn't require additional funding from the state, instead it creates revenues. These are revenues that are needed because we know it's a tough year, but we can't stop looking at our affordable housing. We can't stop looking at what climate change is bringing to our state. So removing the caps on these funds, I think, are really critical, as well as expanding the conveyance tax. Which over $4 million, there's almost no owner occupants. It's basically investors or people who come here for a few months of the year who are living in these homes. So when they are conveyed, I think it would definitely help our local people to get affordable housing and to maintain the environment, et cetera. The other thing I want to say is that it's very important for developers to have some sort of a projection of what money is going to be available. They have to spend money to look at land and prepare applications, get projects ready. So this bill is important because, again, it would give that some predictability to developers as they plan for the future and plan for these projects to come in for funding. Thank you very much for hearing this bill.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have NIAP Hawaii Chapter. Not here, they're in opposition. Next, we have Hawaii Realtors. Very much. Next, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing this bill. As Betty Lou said, we definitely need more funds for affordable housing, and eliminating the cap of how much can go into the rental housing revolving fund is a great part of this bill. And also, in a tight budget year, this bill brings in revenue from those who can afford it. Our Constitution says that we can't have property tax at the state level. So we have the lowest effective property tax rates in the whole nation. So a way to get at high value properties is through a sales tax on the property. And that's what the conveyance tax is. It's a sales tax on high value properties. This bill raises the tax rates. Right now, the tax rates are between 0.1% and 1.25%. It's so low. So this bill raises it a little bit, on investment properties worth more than 2 million. So those are homes that nobody lives in or people don't live in, they just rent it out as an investment. Other types of property worth at least 6 million, and on multifamily residential properties, like apartment buildings, worth at least 10 million. So the tax is well targeted at the high value properties. And I think it makes sense to ask these wealthy sellers of property to just pay a little more when they're making a profit on the sales of these types of residences and other real property. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawai'i Appleseed.
Appleseed stands on its support.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawai'i Housing Affordability Coalition. Not here, they're in support. Next is Kupono Kaleo o Ka'aina Kena.
You can go ahead and read it, and then you can give it to the people on the tables on the outside, and they can get it, copies to us.
Great. Thank you, committee members. I support taxing multi-million-dollar homes to help us pay for affordable housing. I do, however, take exception to, there's an exemption in this bill which says that as long as you intend to live in the property, then the seller will pay no tax. So it, in essence, gives a tax break to thousands of sellers who have people buying that say that they will intend to live in it, but there's no way to enforce it after the fact. As an example, this is a home that sold in January, last month, for $1.8 million, and this is in Haiku, Hawaii. It was purchased for $830,000 in 2018. So in the course of 6 years, it gained $1 million. Right now, the conveyance tax on this property is $5,000. They gained $1 million, they paid $5,000. It's the lowest in the country. They sold it to another couple. We don't know if they will continue to live in the house or not, but the way this bill is written, those sellers would pay zero. Any seller who's selling to someone who says they will live in the property will pay zero taxes because of the exemption 18, which says that anyone intending to own or occupy or intending to rent it will pay zero conveyance tax. I would strongly urge this committee to remove that exemption because it could actually lower and decrease the total conveyance tax brought in, as well as essentially give a tax break to all these sellers. So that's one thing to look at. The other thing is there's no funding in this bill for homeless services. And as we know, our homeless population keeps increasing every year, but funding has not. Funding has not kept up with inflation. We've been asking our service providers to do more with less money. And I think that a tax on the sale of homes, most people are making quite good earnings selling in today's market, is a fair way to help those of our community that have no home. And I know that there was another bill, 2629, which proposed a 10% funding towards homeless services, and then it was amended to 8%. So I would strongly encourage this committee to provide sustainable ongoing funding for homeless services, which does not currently exist in the bill. So that exemption that's in there could actually decrease overall revenue, and I think this is would be a missed opportunity to provide funding for those who are suffering the most in our current market. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Summer Yadao.
Aloha, good morning. I wanted to echo what Kenna mentioned about the exemption being pretty harmful in that it would decrease the actual gain that this bill is trying to accomplish. Also about the 10% to houseless services, or 8%. As somebody who has been houseless off and on since I was 14 years old, this is not an issue that is going away anytime soon. In fact, it gets worse every month, every year. And unless we have something that will address this specifically, we're not going to have a positive movement in the right direction to end this homeless issue that we have. And it is connected with affordable housing because people are becoming homeless because they cannot afford the places that they live. You know, people are working 3 or 4 jobs and they have children and there's only so many hours in a day. We cannot expect families to be healthy and productive if they're having to work most of their days and nights and not take care of their families. So those are the requests for those amendments and to add the homeless services. Thank you.
Very much. Next, we have Kupono Kaleo o Ka'aina, Blossom.
Mahalo for the opportunity to submit testimony with comments. My name is Blossom Pichara. I come from the island of Maui. Actually, I'm a lineal descendant of Lahaina. And I is here to testify, present comments and concerns about the current legislation before you. As my cohort said, section part 18, you can find it on page 11 of the bill, actually provides an exemption for people who are selling and buying as long as they say their intent is to live there. The trouble I have with that section is that there is no follow-through or indication of enforcement. Who is going to monitor? How are we going to require that they comply? And as you know, Mr. Chair, the lack of sufficient employees in the state and at the counties provide enforcement is not a priority, okay? And I think that, you know, we really need to consider that particular part. We cannot afford to have people coming in saying, by the way, I just bought my $10 million house. I am going to live there full time, and there's no way to monitor that because they would pay zero into the conveyance tax fund. And so I asked that that be removed. The other part is, as Summer said, affordable housing in general has increased significantly. The fire in Lahaina just brought it to the forefront. But in particular, homelessness has also increased in advance of the fire. And I think that there needs to be a sustainable funding source for homeless services, in particular for the wraparound services. Right now, homeless services funding is very little. There is almost no admin money in the budget for that. We recently found out that in November, one of your homeless service provider organizations was forced to close its doors in November. She served 50% of the homeless population on the island of Oahu. So where did those people go? And it was because there was a lack of admin money. She couldn't pay her staff. She couldn't pay herself. She couldn't pay for the utilities, okay? And you need all of those things to function. And so having this affordable or homeless services fund be made available on a regular basis, knowing how much is going to be available year to year, allows for the existing homeless service providers to plan better and become more efficient eventually. I think that when we're talking about affordable housing in general, the state unfortunately has not been able to see its way through providing a steady stream of funding except through HHFDC's Rental Revolving Loan Fund and the Affordable Housing Fund. I think that an increase in our conveyance tax will be able to open those doors much wider. The other thing that I wanted to just let all of you know is that out of the 50 states in America, Hawaii's conveyance tax is the lowest in the nation. The average conveyance tax across the United States is 4%, and many of them use that part of that increase in their conveyance tax to address their affordable housing needs. And we have been so far behind in the 8 ball that we really we have a lot of catching up to do. So when we talk about increasing our conveyance tax, It is not just about the wealthy taking care of us at home, but it is to bring parity to, for us. If the United States and the continent can increase the conveyance tax and be able to successfully address our affordable housing situation in their own cities and in their states, Hawaii can do the same thing. And so I would ask all of you, when you go into decision-making, that you take a look at the increase that is being proposed here. I would also recommend that you increase it up to 4% at the max, and let us have the opportunity for organizations like HHFDC and other homeless service providers organizations across the state to have some concrete funds available so that we can truly address affordable housing. Mahalo.
Very much. That is all who have indicated that they would like to testify on this measure. We do have other testimony, both in support and opposition. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this? Yes, come on up.
Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nikki Winter. I'm the former executive director of Achieve Zero. We're a homeless services provider that Auntie Blossom had just mentioned that closed our doors in November. I'm here to testify in support of funding for homeless services. You know, we all know that homeless services and the homelessness crisis has worsened decade after decade, while the state's core homelessness budget has remained mediocre at best. With Achieve Zero closing its doors, we've set back Central Oahu probably about a decade, having to go back out there and rebuild relationships that our organization, our people have built in order to start to end the homelessness issue. Like Auntie Blossom mentioned, there's very little funding for administrative support and being able to pay administrative staff. So I would strongly encourage the committee to please consider putting in dedicated, consistent funds for homeless services. Make no mistake, we're at a tipping point when it comes to homelessness. It was already getting fairly critical, and then we went into a global pandemic and the worst fire in a century. One more disaster for the state of Hawaii, and I don't know that we will recover. The time for change is now, and I implore you guys to please find it in yourselves to give dedicated, consistent funding for homeless services to support the nonprofits that are out there doing this incredibly hard work. Our people are dying by the hundreds on the street, and we have to do something about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Hawaii Realtors, please. It was stated earlier that there's a correlation between emptiness of the house and the dollar amount. Do you have any tables that suggest the percentage of the houses that are emptied at this value, 1 million, 2 million empty, 3 million empty, 4 million empty?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me. When it comes to empty homes, this bill is specifically just about the sale of property, not necessarily about empty
Okay,
homes.
but it was trying to target the upper ones that were, okay, would you say generically, the more the house costs, the more likelihood that it's going to be empty? That was implied by the data.
That's a good question. That I'm not so sure about, but it should be noted that this bill is not limited just to homes. Conveyance tax also applies to land, ag land, resort land, commercial property as well. So it's not just housing that's affected by
And
conveyance
that's why
tax.
you're against it, because the whole cost of housing, land, real estate goes up.
So it should be noted that land does tend to cost a bit more than if we're just looking at a single-family home, which could be the intent of the original intent of the measure. However, this bill isn't limited just to single-family homes or wealthy homes. It applies to all transfers of property, which does include land.
How does the bill define multifamily home? I couldn't find it.
I believe it is in the bill, kind of near the end.
Top of your head?
My apologies.
Does it mean apartment building, a condominium, or somebody who's got a bedroom for rent?
It looks like on page 7, it says, for the purposes of this subsection, multifamily residential property means a structure that is located within the state urban land use district and divided into 5 or more dwelling units.
5 or more, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, I have one question to the taxman.
Sure.
Mr. Sugunoma, generally speaking, your department never saw a tax increase that you didn't like. You didn't say that you were for this bill.
We don't usually weigh in on, it's your decision as a legislative body to raise taxes, lower taxes. My job is to come here and let you know if the bill passes, whether or not we'll have any trouble implementing the bill. And so that's where we limit our testimony. We can implement this bill.
Well, I shouldn't assume then, because you're the tax man, that you want more tax money.
No, my job is to collect the amount of tax that you guys say.
Then the question is,
State.
how much money will this thing bring in then?
I have revenue impacts here. Okay, so the way this works is that there is a distribution of the tax money that comes in. Currently, it goes to 2 special funds, and then the rest goes to the general fund. Under this measure, there's created a new special fund, the dwelling unit fund. And so,
Dollar amounts, please?
so the general fund there will be a negative impact to the general fund. So the general fund will go down by 5.8 million in fiscal '25, 6.9 million in fiscal '26. It'll go down 7.7 million in '27, 9.5 million in '28, 11.2 million in '29, and 13.1 million in 2030. The special funds, however, will have a revenue gain. The rental housing fund will have a revenue gain of 4.2 million in '25, 5 million in '26, 5.5 million in '27, 7 million in '28, 8.5 million in '29, and 10.2 million in 2030. The Land Conservation Fund will have a revenue gain of 2.8 million, and these are our estimates, in '25, 3.3 million in '26, 3.6 million in '27, 3.9 in 2028, 4.2 million in 2029, and 4.5 million in 2030. The new special fund, dwelling unit fund, is anticipated to have
I think you've lost me already. You've overwhelmed me with the detail of your preparation. But the point is, how much money will this money raise? Not the distribution of it. How much money will it take in terms of those people in the private sector? How much they're gonna have to pay increase in the conveyance? Total number of, or you project number of transactions, values, et cetera.
I don't have that with me. I'm just wondering if, very simply, the amount of gain, if you just look at the amount of gain in the special fund and you minus the drop in the general fund, you can get the anticipated difference between what we're getting now and what we should be getting. But don't quote me on that. I would have to check.
It is what it is. And Chair, I would ask if Professor Carl Bonham from UH would be here, how much of the economy we're slowing down by increasing the cost of housing, land, and apartment? That's another sophisticated number.
Thank you very much. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Yes, Representative Ayu.
Director, I have a question on just the verification process for owner occupant. What does what does DOTAX do as far as verification?
Well, right now, there is no exemption for conveyance to someone that's going to live in it or rent it. So this one is a little different. The exemption created on the next bill on the agenda that I'm here for, which is HB 2416. That one creates an exemption with a little bit more tighter requirements in terms of the buyer providing a declaration under oath that they plan to occupy or live in the property or use it as their primary residence for 2 years, and that
Right.
they don't own any other real property and stuff like that.
But under this bill, we're not changing the if the seller is.
This one creates an exemption for transfers to someone claiming that they're gonna live in it, but it doesn't have any limit in terms of like for the other bill that I talked about, HB 2416, it limits it to transfers of property worth 2 million or less. This one doesn't have that limitation, nor does it have any limitation in terms of how long the purchaser claims to, or is saying that he or she will live in the home. And so with this kind of credit, if we allow it and then we give it out, but then later on find out, you know, through an audit or otherwise, we find out that they did not actually meet the requirements for the credit, you know, we can go back and assess them for the amount. Basically undo it or disallow the credit after the fact, basically. But I think for this measure, it doesn't have, like I said, it doesn't have the kind of detail that the exemption in HB 2416 has.
Okay, but I'm talking about when an individual submits the conveyance tax form, there's like a box you can check, right, for if you plan to occupy box 4, right? And then there's a different tax rate for each.
I'm not sure. I know there is an exemption request form that comes to us that we approve and they take it over to the Bureau of
Yeah, I'm just asking about verification. Do you guys verify how they calculated the tax, or if they should have checked the box or not?
Yeah, we
Okay.
do, because then they'll take that certificate of the exemption form over to the Bureau of Conveyances to show proof.
Okay. Okay, understood. Thank you very much. And I guess I have a question for Craig. Sorry, you don't probably know the answer to this, but Director just read off some amounts that would go into the rental housing revolving fund. I think it was like 5 to 10 million in 2030. Is that a sustainable amount to do projects, or is the fund still going to need infusions from the legislature to do a housing project on fully rental housing revolving fund?
It will help. Anything will help. I think raising or removing the cap will help more.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know what amount you gave us for 2025.
This is anticipated.
With the cap removed?
Yeah, I guess, factoring in.
Because the
whole
cap
measure.
right now is like at 38 million.
Right.
Elections have been somewhat more. If the cap were removed, it would be.
Yeah, we'd get to about like
Significant.
50 million
Yeah.
or so a year, right? Is that we would still need a couple years in order for the fund to be able to do one project, or is 50 million
But
enough
if
to
you're
fund
talking-
one?
What did we say?
Oh.
If it's 4 million, say over 4 million over 10 years, say is 40 million.
Right.
That's a project.
That's one, but that's 10 years.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying, it would help.
Okay.
And, if we had the 10 million, if the cap were removed, 10 million over 4 years is a project.
Okay. And when you say a project, how many units are we talking about?
Oh, something between 50 and 100 units.
Okay. Okay. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
great. Thank you very much. Senator Poi Poi, you have a question?
For the tax department. Related to the exemption, just hearing you talk about it raised a question about the possibility of, through an audit or some other mechanism, being able to go back and assess the fee if the buyer is found to not be compliant with the requirements. But I'm curious who you would envision that fee being assessed upon, the seller or the buyer, because I don't think it's really the buyer's responsibility to make sure the seller lives there.
The other way around, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, the seller's responsibility to make sure the buyer lives there, yeah.
It is, and even with the other bill that I mentioned, HB 2416, it is a little strange because the benefit is to the seller because the seller is required to pay the conveyance tax. But we're relying upon a representation by the buyer. So, I mean, I guess in that case, the seller theoretically could take steps to protect him or herself by contractually requiring the buyer, if the buyer doesn't follow through and the seller gets later assessed, that the buyer would have to reimburse or compensate the seller for the tax. It's just something like that, but
So that could cause legal issues between the buyer and the seller in the future.
I would say that would be an issue between the buyer and seller.
Yeah. And for the department to go back and do an audit or to, investigate, there would be a cost to administer that as well for the department?
I mean,
Or would it be like complaint-based or,
yeah, it could be. I mean, that's part of our job already, so.
okay. But I'm just trying to figure out how you actually would find out about it. And,
Well, certainly,
it
yeah,
sounds
we-
hard
we-
to do.
Yeah, complaints or, I mean, we have our own processes, check these things.
Okay,
We'd have to set them up, depending. This is something different.
okay. Or like a system where when, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how to like if this were to pass, how to make sure there's safeguards to ensure that what is supposed to happen is happening.
I mean, this one
Thank
is
you.
kind of interesting because it doesn't have, all it says is that the buyer has to be planning to live in it. But it doesn't have a time period or anything
Yeah,
like that, right?
okay.
So that might be a little challenging to enforce against, right? Because someone could say, well, at the time I entered into the transaction, that was my plan.
Mhm.
Something came up and now I can't.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
This is more a comment than a question for HFDC. You work in housing and finance all the time, every day. So I think we need better guidance as to how money is allocated. I mean, here we have almost the entire panoply. Some people wanting more money to go into DERF, others more money into rental housing trust fund, others are wanting to target TOD, transit-oriented development, others want more money into DLNR, land conservation. So, I mean, and others want more money into homelessness. So, I mean, you probably better than us can figure out where money should be allocated. And same on the revenue side. We have this bill, and another bill coming up on school impact fees. And also, of course, we have general funds. I mean, I don't think we can buy ourselves out of the housing crisis with general fund support. So we need guidance there as to how to allocate scarce resources into various affordable housing programs. And I think you, more than us, have a better perspective as to how and where. Anyway, that's my comment.
I have my own personal beliefs and experience, and I do believe, in general, it's the prerogative of the legislature to set the priorities and allocations. So, to be able to move things around. I would say on some of these funds, like the Rental Housing Revolving Fund, that are more, for long-term CIP type projects, that it's helpful to have a sustained source of income.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Representative Aiello.
Sorry, Director, a few more follow-up on. So I'm looking at the conveyance tax certificate, that's P-64A. Isn't there already a section that the purchaser warrants that if they're eligible for a real property homeowners exemption, that they get a lower rate?
There are exemptions on the books already.
Okay, so you're saying that that is different than what's in this bill?
No, it's creating a new exemption, right? All I'm commenting about is the new proposed exemption. So on the bill, page 11. HB 2364.
Okay.
So you see that new subsection
Right,
18.
conveying real property to an individual who is an owner.
That's the new exemption that I'm talking about.
So you're saying this exemption is different than the purchaser being eligible for a homeowner's exemption?
So, I mean,
That's already in the current law.
yeah, well, there's exemptions from the conveyance tax 1 through 17 right now, and they were adding 18. 18 is for conveyance of property to an individual who is an owner occupant or renter occupant of the property, provided the individual does not have a direct or indirect ownership interest in any other real property, including through ownership interest in a trust, partnership, corporation, limited liability company, or other entity. So that's all it says. It doesn't require the purchaser to be an owner occupant for any given a period of time. It doesn't limit this, like the other bill, to properties with a value of a certain amount or less.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2548, HD2. This is relating to accessory dwelling units. It establishes the accessory dwelling unit loan program under HHFDC to provide loans for the development of accessory dwelling units. First up to testify is HHFDC. Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from various organizations and an individual. However, they've noted they weren't going to be here. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
HFDC, please, Greg. Greg, what's the average interest rate out there in the market value right now? 6 point something, maybe 7 something. This ADU bill says we can have a elastic interest rate from 1 to 6%. You have a recommendation of which will incentivize people to do this, because we really want them to do this, given that we have a housing crisis. This is a quick way of using existing infrastructure. It's a quick way of using existing property rights, et cetera. I'm not convinced that 6% is going to get many takers, because you might as well go down to your local banker and see it. He says they can charge between 1 and 6%. Given your experience, and I know with Representative Kobayashi, advice, but I'm going to ask your advice. What percentage of interest will incentivize people to actually do this ADU bill? According to your opinion.
I would.
Experience.
I would think something 1 or 2% less than the going rate. Because the reason I can't give you an answer is I think they're saying we shall not, our loans to the PDFI, Community Development Financial Institutions, shall not exceed 1%. So basically, it's a subsidized loan. We can't borrow at 1%. So it's we're going to lend it at 1%. So whatever they charge above that is fourth in this bill, but presumably it's got to be less than the going rate.
It's below the commercial rate. Know what the rate of existing ADU application is now? How, do you know how many?
I'm not sure at this point whether the commercial market is satisfying.
May I ask the Hawaii Realtors Association?
They didn't testify on this bill, but
Does anybody know the number of ADUs then?
okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2091 HD1, relating to school impact fees. This exempts from the school impact fees the development of certain housing developments with income restrictions and additional or accessory dwelling units. First up to testify is the Department of Education. Here? Nope, they provided comments. School Facilities Authority. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Public Housing Authority. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have NIOP Hawaii Chapter. Oh, not here. Okay, they provided comments. And we have other testimony in support and with comments. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, no questions. We're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1631 HD1. This is relating to housing. This requires School Facilities Authority to work with the DOE to prioritize projects for the construction of educator workforce housing that will house teachers and other staff of the department in addition to other items listed in the bill. First up to testify is DOE. No one's here. They provided supportive testimony. School Facilities Authority. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii State Teachers Association.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Just going to keep it brief. We have very limited teacher housing across the state, and some of the teacher housing that exists is empty and vacant because it's in dilapidated state. The more we can get, the better, because oftentimes some people will go in and it's like, okay, 1 year you're out, and they can't afford, they still haven't been able to find any place in the communities that they live. The more availability will help ultimately our keiki, because they need kids who can stably be in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Holomua Collaborative.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thanks so much for hearing this bill. As you were just hearing, there is a shortage of teacher housing in the state, and also just with a shortage of about 1,000 teachers a year in the state, we're looking at this bill as something that could help deal with that, and do so through a good combination of things, between making sure that we're identifying projects that can speed up the educator workforce housing, make sure that, you know, from SFA's perspective, they're also providing more details in that 1, 3, 5-year plan to the legislature, and also making sure that we're identifying those lands that are supposed to be transferred to DOE. And we also know that because of the experience of University of Hawaii, they've had good experience showing that providing that kind of housing is a viable way to recruit and retain educators. So thank you very much for this. Available for any questions you have. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from other organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
Hi. I'm just curious if, in addition, the HSTA would support the School Facilities Authority and the DOE in also renovating and upgrading their existing teacher housing, that many of which are dilapidated and falling apart?
Absolutely. I mean, they're there and they're vacant, so let's do something to get people in those
Okay.
Units.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Ward.
Just again, please. How many units do you have? How many units do you need?
We need thousands, but we won't get thousands. I don't actually have offhand what the exact number is. The department is not here, so I think they would be more able to tell you exactly how many. But it's next to nothing. It's our very rural areas, basically, and that's about it. And it's
What's
maybe
the turnover rate in the rural areas? How long do they stay?
sometimes it's just a year. It's supposed to be 3 years. It depends on each one. The Lanai folks have been in there for a little bit longer term because there's nothing out there for them to they can go in, but they're not going to find anything to move into. And so but they've also been threatened, like, you're out this year. So Lanai is looking at a big shortage.
Whether they're urban or rural.
Yes, the.
Still about the same?
It's very, well, we're doing our best, and with your help, we're trying to get those numbers down.
So this will help.
This will absolutely help. That's a SFA question.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2514 HD1. This is relating to teacher housing. It establishes the Teacher Home Assistance Program to provide housing vouchers to certain eligible teachers. First up to testify, well, they're not, unless someone came from Department of Education? Nope, okay, they provided comments. Hawaii State Teachers Association.
Hello, Satui, President HST. We don't have enough teacher housing that's built by the department, and so this would give us the option to use already existing units throughout the communities. Sometimes we get, I don't know why principals aren't here, but they often will hire someone and they'll be ready to start the school year, yay, and then they are told like, sorry, I couldn't find anywhere to live. So we can't accept the job, and then that's the problem. This bill actually makes them have to be here a year, so that's slightly different, but still, I think this will also help a lot of our local people who need somewhere to live, rather than just those who are coming here, because a lot of folks can't make it, and if they're on that precipice, they're like, well, I guess I'm going to have to move to the mainland to teach, and that's really a travesty for our kids. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from the Democratic Party of Hawaii, Education Caucus, and 2 individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for HSTA? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2642 HD2. This is relating to eviction mediation. It extends the period for a notice of termination of a rental agreement, requires tenants and landlords to engage in mediation, as well as a few other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is the judiciary. Thank you very much. Next up is Catholic Charities. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Realtors.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Garcia from Hawaii Realtors. So we support the intent of this measure to support peaceful and expeditious mediation. However, we do also echo Catholic Charities' testimony in that we strongly believe that rental relief should be part of this measure. This bill is specific to situations where the tenant is unable to pay. And we would, of course, encourage tenants to communicate early if they're having funding challenges with their landlords, but that doesn't necessarily need to be mandated in state law. Without rental relief, there really isn't much to discuss in these situations. Though we do support the intent of mediation, we just want to point out that if the tenant is unable to pay, rental relief is really the solution that would assist with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks on Zoom.
Aloha, thank you for hearing this bill. We support this bill. About 117,000 children in our state live in families that are housing cost burden. That means that they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. That's nearly 4 in 10 children in our state living in these precarious households. And that puts us at 49th in the country for the worst housing situation when it comes to affordability. So we support this bill, and we also request that you add a rent relief program. We learned during the pandemic that combining the mediation and other requirements in this bill with the rent relief program is very effective at helping our families avoid eviction. So thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Mediation Center of the Pacific. Not here, but they are in support. Next up is Hawaii Appleseed.
Arjuna Haim on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed. We support the intent of this measure and echo that rent relief should be included in it. If the intent of this bill is to keep residents housed, I'd like to just point out some facts that we produced in a report in 2022 about Act 57. So pre-Act 57, when tenants and landlords went through mediation, 85% of tenants ended up leaving their housing, even through successful mediation. During Act 57, only 15% of tenants left housing. Post Act 57, we returned to 80% of tenants leaving housing. So if the intent of the legislator is to keep residents housed through this bill, we would really appreciate adding a rent relief section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Aloha United Way.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Suzanne Schuld for Aloha United Way. We are testifying in strong support of this bill and stand on our written testimony. And just want to point out the ability that this extended time has to reduce evictions, and especially sudden evictions that can quickly lead to homelessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Housing Affordability Coalition. Not here, but they are in support. We also have numerous supportive testimony from organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Questions? No questions? Okay, great. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. House Bill 2416. This is relating to taxation. And this provides a conveyance tax exemption for certain real property furnished as a transient accommodation rental. First up to testify is the Office of the Governor. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon. Yes, hello. Good afternoon. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We have submitted some comments. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Unite Here Local 5 and an individual. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ayu.
Question.
Yes, Representative.
So I don't know if, where this other bill is moving, but, you know, the House did consider just a bill that completely phases out vacation rental use.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand why we would prefer this exemption versus just phasing out the use, and why would we be giving a tax break to some, you know, of those individuals who are operating vacation rentals?
We don't think it's an either or situation. We think actually both can work together. You know, this bill as proposed is just for a limited time for people to take advantage of that conversion. The phase-out amortization that's provided for, as I understand in the bill, gives counties that authority, but it doesn't necessarily require a certain schedule or time by which any of that phasing out would happen. So we think both things can kind of happen. Gov would like to see at least some incentive. We don't know how many people would take advantage of it, but he would like to explore that opportunity.
Because I mean, my opinion is that it's really giving a break to non-resident individuals who are operating vacation rentals. So I'm not sure why we would want to benefit those individuals.
I think for the governor, he's trying to find any incentive that will turn existing housing stock into housing for our residents. And so he feels that a one-time incentive may provide that opportunity for some people.
I mean, so if the phase out, you know, required the counties to phase out the use within a quick time frame, would that, I mean, is like the hammer better than the carrot, or the stick better than the carrot in that situation, or does the governor still, you know, want to create an incentive rather than just say we can't do this use anymore?
I think he's actually, I mean, I haven't talked to him directly on the amortization one phase out, but I believe, as he stated in State of State, he's open to all of those proposals on STRs. And so I think he would probably want to see both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Ashu.
No, just.
Former representative. What's the better way to go? If this is to incentivize that, what if we just said, this is for Maui only, rather than, say, Oahu, Kauai? Can we do that geographical limitation as a way of
So you could, but I think the idea of making anyone convert their property use from one to another could be considered a constitutional taking. And so that's why it has to be done carefully, because we're looking to make permanent conversions, right? There's already discussions on the table about temporary moratoriums, which is different than actually trying to convert housing stock. And so I think that's why it was proposed this way. I don't think the geographical limitation makes that much of a difference as much as it's the constitutional taking problem.
Speaking of which, how is the Maui conversion from short-term to long-term rentals? I know there was progress in the beginning, and the incentives were quite strong. Have the conversions been encouraging, or you got any numbers?
We do. It's a little outside the scope of this, if you're okay with me answering that shortly? Yes,
Can't
okay.
take the next
So,
slide.
real quick, Governor had encouraged a lot of people to sign up for the program. A lot of people did. There were approximately 1,500 or so that did ultimately sign up for the FEMA conversion of, not conversion, but the program to offer short-term rentals. As you may have read in the news, not all of those properties are being utilized. Many are outside West Maui, and so that's been an inhibition. But we're still working hard to try and make sure that we find as many short-term rental homes that can house displaced residents. And so the state will be now redoubling its effort after the FEMA program.
But it seems to be working.
It's definitely helping, but it's not one thing. Yeah, there's multiple fronts that need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our last bill on this agenda, House Bill 2787 HD1. This is relating to the Individual Housing Account Program. It increases the maximum amount of deductible contributions for individual housing accounts, as well as a public awareness campaign about this program. First up to testify is the Department of Taxation. Great, thank you very much. We also have one supportive and one opposition testimony on this bill from individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for the Department of Tax? Okay, seeing no questions, we're gonna recess for decision-making. Recess.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance's second agenda for decision-making, moving first to House Bill 2218 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2218 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Keela.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamasao. Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to House Bill 2357 HD1, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2357 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to House Bill 2292 HD1. Recommendation is that we blank out the FDE. That's it. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2292 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Moving on to House Bill 2358 HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay. A no vote for Representative Poi Poi. Any discussion from anybody? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2358 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Noting the no vote of Representative Poi Poi, are there any additional no votes? Okay, seeing none, chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1808. Members, we're going to defer decision-making to this to Wednesday, end of calendar on Wednesday. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1760 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1760 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1761 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1761 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2790 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2790 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 1763, House Bill 1763 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1763 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1833 HD1. It's a majority package bill, Tier 2 funding as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1833 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2364 HD1, one of many bills dealing with conveyance. We're going to be blanking out the increase at this time. Any discussion? Representative Ward.
That was encouraging that you're blanking it up, but I have reservations that it's going to hurt the economy because the cost of living and the cost of housing is going to go up. So I hope when you put the number in, it will be tempered with.
Yeah. Well, in general, I think, like I've stated before, we're keeping these vehicles moving for discussion. I do think that we still need to move with a comprehensive look at all tax policy, state and county. So that is something that I intend to work on going forward. But these are measures just to keep conversations going. These types of fees that are on the front end of housing, I think are problematic. Impact fees, even the county impact fees, I think are problematic. But that's part of a bigger discussion. So we'll just keep it moving for the discussion.
Of people in Hawaii.
Yeah. Okay. thank you. Any further discussion,
Sure,
Representative?
just reservations for me. Yeah, I agree with you. These costs get passed on to the buyer, which just inflates the cost of housing. So with reservations, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative
I think that
Kobayashi.
maybe committee report should say something about how to enforce the intention to be a resident, which of course is not really done even today with our home exemption in Bureau of Conveyances.
Okay, we can make note of that. Representative Portnoy.
I'm voting aye, but I do have concerns about the exemption, similar to Rep. IU, specifically about placing that burden on the seller for a representation made by the buyer.
Yeah, you made a very, very good
Okay,
point.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, anybody, any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Okay. Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2364 HD1 with amendments noting the reservations of Representatives IU and Ward. Are there any additional reservations? Representative Alco's reservations. Any additional? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2548 HD2, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair. Yep.
Poison pill when you put the interest rate at 6% for the ADUs. As an incentive, the interest rate is going down. At least 2% below. If we want it to work. Thank you.
Okay. As we know, the interest rates have changed, so I think at some point we have to address that, whether it's 6% or not.
And it's housing crisis.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, so what? You know what? But we're going to pass this out as an HD1. You make a good point.
I think we should blank out all the dollar amounts.
That's right. We should blank out the percentages also. The dollar amounts are already blank. We'll blank out the percentages for now. And we'll move it out as an HD3. Minority amendment.
Here, you just saved us time. Now he doesn't have to make his amendment on that.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments? Any further discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2548 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2091 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2091 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to House Bill 1631 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1631 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2514 HD1 as is. Discussion. Hey, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2514 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2642 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2642 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2416 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2416 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representatives IU. Any additional reservations, sorry. Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the final bill on this agenda, House Bill 2787 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the increases. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the
Both
vote.
increases. Both increases.
Right, all of them. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2787 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to adjourn for a few minutes and move into the next agenda.
Good afternoon. Calling today's third finance hearing agenda to order. We're going to get started on the first agenda item, which is House Bill 2237 HD1. This is relating to non-general funds and repeals the Hazard Mitigation Special Fund pursuant to an auditor's report. First up to testify is Hawai'i Emergency Management Agency, HAIMA. No one here? Okay, they are in opposition of that. Next up to testify is in Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon. Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Committee members, questions for the Tax Foundation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our next agenda item. House Bill 2460, sorry about that, HD1, relating to Homeland Security and protections for critical infrastructure information. First up to testify is the Department of Law Enforcement.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kudigawa and members of the committee. The Department of Law Enforcement strongly supports this bill. This bill protects information that comes into the Office of Homeland Security, the Hawaii State Fusion Center, information from the owners, operators of critical infrastructure. It allows the department to actually work very closely with them on things that are needed to help keep those facilities up and running or to be able to protect them during emergencies or man-made acts. And it basically brings it in line with Critical Infrastructure Information Act of 2002. And this is, rather than have to fight whenever somebody asks for this information, whether it's a frustration of legitimate government function, this just clarifies if it's in the Office of Homeland Security's possession and it relates to critical infrastructure, it's protected from disclosure under the Uniform Information Practices Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Office of Information Practices on Zoom. Not here, they're in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions for law enforcement? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2107 HD1. This is related to disaster services and a position of limited English proficiency language access coordinator within the Hawai'i Emergency Management Agency. First up to testify is the Office of Language Access.
Good morning, Vice Chair Kijigawa and member of committee. Apirak Bamrugan, Executive Director for the Office of Language Access. We stand on our written testimony offering comment on this measure and will be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawai'i Emergency Management Agency.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So I'm Ethan Oki from Hawaii Emergency Management in place of Administrator James Barrows. So we stand on strong support regarding our testimony that we submitted. We just had a couple issues that we wanted to clear up in our submission, where we would, if possible, allow for the position to be an exempt position, as well as long as it doesn't conflict with the executive budget. That's all. We're also available for any question or concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Pat McManam, and Amy Agbiani and I are co-chairs of the Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights. You have my testimony before you. I won't belabor it. But what we experienced in the Maui wildfires, and my colleague Liza Ryan Gill will be able to address it in detail, was that there was no in-language services provided or arranged for by HAIMA. And as we know, approximately 30% of the people who were impacted by the Maui wildfire were immigrants. And so we're talking about limited English proficiency. There is a requirement under the federal law, Section 308 of the Stafford Act, which requires any entity that receives FEMA funding, and I'm safely assuming that our FEMA office receives it, to have a detailed language access plan in place If you take a look at my testimony, you'll see, you know, they want Hawai'i addressing this by zip code, having MOUs and agreements with language access providers in the future should this happen. So it's imperative then that they have a language access coordinator to do this work, and it's not a one-off position. It's a full-time job position because it will evolve as the situations evolve and the practice evolves. So I'm glad that Hawai'i is supporting this measure, and I think that's the first step. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Workers Center. One's here. Okay, they submitted testimony in support. Next is AARP Hawaii. Anyone here? They also submitted testimony in support. Next is Liza Ryan Gill.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Liza Ryan Gill with the Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights. We represent about 30 immigrant and migrant serving organizations across Hawaii. Many of our organizations were deeply impacted by the fire. We started an emergency call about 3 days after the fire. We had 80 organizations and individuals and advocates attending that. We have been convening a call every week since the fire. It used to be every other day. Now it's just once a week. But what we found out, and many of these networks had already been developed during COVID. Actually, disaster response is in our DNA. We were refounded right in the wake of COVID, knowing that limited English proficient individuals would be disproportionately impacted, because as a emergency situation is evolving and information is going out, it often goes out as quickly as you can possibly make it. That means that it's not often going to be in the main languages of our folks in the communities here in Hawaii. So we did our best. We mobilized. Our team has been back and forth from Hawaii and doing community-led organizing, Latino resource fairs, our Filipino resource fairs, making sure that we had things in language. I think what we're looking for moving forward is, since we've all done COVID together and now this fire response together, is we want to utilize our learning and really work with a language access coordinator at Hawai'i so that we don't have to do a third disaster in this way. We're available for comment, and we have lots of information and testimony to share. I think many of you saw many of the survivors that came on February 1st from Maui to share their story about how difficult it has been to navigate this process without sufficient language access. So mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from numerous organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
I forgot the name of your organization. Amy Agbayani's friend.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you.
Amy is an old colleague. Does FEMA have the equivalent of this, or they don't have any of these language access translators? No, FEMA, the big
So if
boys.
FEMA is providing the service, okay?
They're
then
providing the money, or they're
FEMA
providing the people?
Wait, let me finish. So if FEMA's on the ground and providing the service, okay, signing up for this FEMA program for reimbursement or funding for housing, FEMA provides their interpreters. But the state, in the immediate aftermath of the Maui fire, people were who were in shelters. There was no language access for people in shelters. They had to rely on their children, which is like an absolute no-no, to translate information for them about what steps they need to do next, what services are available to them. And then when the state set up its own services to make available to the community, again, the volunteer organizations and translators had to hui together to provide these. They altered their funding in their programs. They altered their staffing hours to make it over to Maui to provide these services that should have been pre-established through a memorandum of understanding that our Hawai'i could just trigger to put the process in place. I think Liza's group provided translation to how many people? But I mean, So, there's just a great need. In addition, this language access coordinator would also push FEMA forward to, HIEMA forward to have more online presentation in needed languages. Like, what do I put in my bag in an emergency, right? What should be in my grab bag?
Which languages are referring to primarily as the main ones that are?
It depends upon.
In Maui, no.
Well, in Maui, it was Tagalog, Ilocano, Spanish.
I mean, a real assortment of languages. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Did I answer your question?
Access. It seems that there's possibly a win-win situation. We don't have disasters every day. We don't need to draw up a plan every week or every month. It seems that you have expertise in providing services, and perhaps if the position were in your office, you could help out as needed when there is an emergency.
That's correct, Representative Kobayashi. So our office, we provide technical assistance. For example, if HIEMA want us to locate interpreter, or as well as helping with coordinating translation, we can do that. But because we are not the owner of the content, that the content is belong to HIEMA who have creating it. So we have to work together, which is we did during this disaster. We work well together. But I would say that because HIEMA is the office within the Department of Defense, so under the law, the principal department have the language access coordinator, but not go into the level of the office HIEMA. So by having the specific language access coordinator will help coordinating way better. So it's a win-win situation. So we're more than happy to continue working with them and provide our expertise to ensure that the language access is not.
So are you saying it's a win-win situation if the position were in your office and not in HIEMA?
No, it would be not going to be decentralized because we do not know subject matter. We don't, we know a language, but we don't know how to create the content. We don't know who is their structure within their.
Of course.
So I think it's a win-win in the term of if we can work together with people from inside helping us to understand, and also we do not have budget to provide translation or interpretation. It has to come within the department who is responsible for that.
Okay. Maybe you should continue to talk with HIEMA. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, yes.
I have to ask one question.
Okay, sure.
I'll just
Oh, can you, sorry, can we let Representative Ward ask the, can we let Representative Ward ask the question? Because YouTube needs to know what this question, and the committee needs to know what the question is.
The clarity of the language, I didn't know that there was Tongans living on Maui or working on Maui to the number that they would require language access? Are these based upon numbers or just like, hey, we've got 5 of these and 500 of the other ones?
I can't give you the exact breakdown. I know the majority of the languages are first Tagalog, Ilocano, Spanish, a large Hispanic community.
Those were logical.
I wasn't a service provider, so I don't know how many Tongans, for example, sought services, but I just know they fell within the people in need of services. I mean, Tongans, it is a language. Yes, I do. I just want to point out, if you look at my testimony, the requirements to provide the language access services that we are asking for are founded in Section 308 of the Federal Stafford Act. That act requires any agency which receives federal funding from FEMA to provide the explicit services that I list: identification of LEP populations, incorporating these populations into the disaster management plan processing, ensuring that they can access these individuals' disaster information, and develops and maintains a database identifying quality language access assistance programs that could be activated in an emergency. I'm not making this up. This is federal law. OLA does not receive funding from FEMA. Hawai'i receives the funding from FEMA, and it is their obligation to deliver these services.
Last question. Is FEMA going to reimburse any of these language assets that we're going to be implementing?
You know, I'm not sure how that works. So I don't think they'll pay for the position, but there may be some reimbursement mechanism to the state through FEMA, and I just don't know the
That's the controversy
the
between
backside.
the governor and Maui County. That's eligible, that's not eligible.
Right. I just don't have any insight into that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 1902 HD1. This is relating to emergency management. Clarifies that the governor and mayor's emergency management powers shall be consistent with the state's constitution in addition to other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is the Hawai'i Emergency Management Agency. Great, thank you very much. In support. Next up, we have the Hawaii Realtors.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Garcia from the Hawaii Realtors. So we stand in strong support of this bill. We believe it provides needed clarity for all businesses and consumers by having the governor or mayor state within 72 hours of an emergency proclamation if price freezing is occurring and on which goods and services. So we think this bill is very important, and we please ask for your support in passing it out as is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Retail Merchants of Hawaii on Zoom. Not here, they are in support. Next up, we have the Hawaii Food Industry Association on Zoom. They are not here also. They submitted testimony in support. We also have other organizations and an individual providing supportive testimony. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, no questions. Let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 2515 HD1. This is relating to emergency management. It clarifies the types of events that constitute disasters and emergencies for the purposes of emergency management. We have 3 pieces of supportive testimony and 1 in opposition. No one has indicated that they would like to testify. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, we have no one to ask questions to, so we're going to go to our next item. HB 2016 HD1, this is relating to emergencies. This appropriates funds for the installation of a new outdoor emergency siren in the Pacific Palisades area of Oahu. First up to testify is Hawai'i. Thank you for the comments. Next up, we have individual Daniel Smith on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee. My name is Dan Smith. I strongly support this measure, and I think it's a part of basic obligation of government to provide these emergency services. Some of our comments suggested going for the new technology, but I think we would say get a basic siren running right away, and we can phase in the new technology as it becomes available, but we're happy to be the guinea pig for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Pro City Neighborhood Board and some individuals. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Hawai'i, please. This is the one that's asking for support, but do we know from an inventory of all the neighborhoods that have had problems with sirens, which there's been a few, that this is all we should be passing? Are there, in other words, aren't there some places missing that have problems with their sirens? And this is only like a one-shot, one place.
Yeah, so I would have to take that back to my administrator, but from my understanding, there already is an updated schedule for prioritizing the inoperable as well as the ones that just need a fixing as far as the scheduling. As far as this particular one, we already reached out to the creators of the bill, both Senator Elefante as well as Representative Takayama, in regards to their thing is not that we're going to order a new one, that we're going to fix the existing one starting, I believe, in October of this year.
You'd have a piece of legislation to fix
No, no,
siren.
no, it was part of our already scheduled.
Oh, already scheduled.
Yeah, it's just the fact that with the Mililani fires, I believe they wanted to make sure that they were in the queue.
How
But
much does a siren cost
I believe it's about $250,000.
for one?
Yeah.
And is Maui been retrofitted and?
I believe they had a temporary one installed after the fire. But as far as what, that would be above my pay grade, and I'll get back to you on that particular update.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next item on the agenda, House Bill 1581, House Draft 1. This is relating to wildfire prevention. It appropriates funds to the Department of Land and Natural Resources to develop a native plant nurseries and seed bank initiative program. First up to testify is the University of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Don Drake, representing Lion Arboretum at University of Hawaii, and we stand on our testimony and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up to testify is the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ryan Kanakaole, First Deputy Department of Land and Natural Resources. DLNR stands on its testimony in strong support of this measure and is here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up to testify is Clay Trauner-Nitsch. Not here, not present. Okay. He is in support. We also have testimony and support from organizations and one individual. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay. Seeing none, committee members, questions? Oh, are you Clay? Yes, come on up.
Going to testify about this. I've been involved with a working group on seed production and seed strategy for basically developing plant materials, and I just wanted to voice my support for this bill because if we really want to address the scale of wildfire risk across the state, this idea of green breaks, changing the vegetation is one of the most effective strategies. And to do that, we're going to need the capacity to produce plants at a much bigger scale than we currently are. And so developing a strategy to kind of produce seed in bulk, expand the capacity for plant production is going to be critical to that task. So thanks for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 1949 HD1. This is relating to the generation of wildfire susceptibility maps for Hawaii. First up to testify is the University of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tom Jambaluka from the University of Hawaii Water Resources Research Center, representing the University of Hawaii and College of Engineering. We stand on our written testimony in support. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from a Maui County Council member and one individual. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. University of Hawaii. You guys not ever do this before, or this just is a new idea brought on by the Maui crisis? In other words, some of us assume that a lot of these things were already in place and ready to just implement. So what's happening?
I think it's fair to say that we've done work on wildfires at the University of Hawaii in the past, but this particular product that is being proposed does not exist. So this is for the members of the committee, this is a production of a map that, based on modeling conditions that are associated with past fires, and then extending that out to the entire state to show the areas, to delineate the areas that are most likely to be subject to fires. So it's basically a risk management resource is what.
Never done that before.
We've done similar things. For example, we're working on a HIEMA funded project that will produce a risk map, kind of a daily risk map. So this particular one that we're talking about is looking at historical fires and map that would allow resources to be positioned into these areas, where it would allow for better planning for high, critically important infrastructure to be placed outside of these areas, those kinds of things.
High tech with video and graphics and other things electronically, or is it just, it's a map, like?
It's electronic. It would be an electronic map, so that it would be a digital map.
Overlays?
Overlays, possibly, or could be overlaid on other information.
How soon could you have something like that?
I believe the proposal is to do it within a year, but yeah, I'm not certain of that. I would have to check.
Land or islands are you going to be able to do?
I think it's across the entire state. Thank you.
Very much. Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1835 HD1. This is relating to distribution management and creates an advisory board to develop and advise on the statewide distribution management plan. First up to testify is Ha'ima. Great, thank you for your testimony and support. Next up is AARP Hawai'i. They are not here, but they provided testimony in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions for Ha'ima? Seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1839 HD1. This is relating to the environment. This appropriates funds for long-term monitoring of air quality for communities impacted by the Maui wildfires. First up is the Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Marianne Rossio from the Department of Health. The department stands on its written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. We have supportive testimony from Maui County Council, couple organizations and individuals. Does anybody else want to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 1840 HD1. This is relating to the environment. It appropriates funds to the Department of Land and Natural Resources to support long-term water quality monitoring and pollution source detection. First up is Department of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you very much. That is all who have indicated that they would like to testify. We also have supportive testimony from Maui County Council as well as organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for DLNR? Okay, no questions. We're going to move on to our next agenda item. House Bill 1841 HD1. This is relating to the Department of Land and Natural Resources and appropriates funds for operating expenses, equipment, the establishment of positions, and capital improvement projects to support wildfire emergency response. First up is DLNR. Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Fire Council on Zoom.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. Gary Lum, testifying on behalf of State Fire Council. We stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Hawaii Island and Maui Fire Departments, as well as two organizations. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1843 HD1. This is relating to fire protection. It establishes the Office of the State Fire Marshal to direct fire protection efforts statewide. First up is the Department of Land and Natural Resources. Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Fire Council on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Gary Lum from the State Fire Council. Again, standing on our written testimony supporting this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is DLIR, Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Jade Butay for DLAR. We stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And we also have Clay Tronernich.
Thank you, chairs and committees. Again, Clay Trowernick. I work at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I forgot to say this in the last testimony as a wildfire scientist, and I wanted to present testimony as a public citizen. And I'd just like to add, in the context of this particular bill, which I strongly support, is that a lot of the duties and responsibilities that this office would take on have been picked up by myself and nonprofit agencies in the state. And so the way that we understand fire right now is really a function of these responsibilities, record keeping, things like that. Public education is also really critical. So we just need to have state support for this kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from the Office of the Governor, as well as Hawaii Island, Maui Fire Departments, and the Democratic Party. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Mr. Lum, are you still there? Gary Lum,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
question. I understand that we are the last state, or we are the only state that doesn't have a fire marshal. What's with that, and why are we kind of laggards in that regard?
Well, the legislature abolished the office of the State Fire Marshal for Hawaii back in 1978. And Hawaii has not had a State Fire Marshal since then.
So it's the legislature who abandoned it.
I am not quite sure who were the proponents of that measure,
Is that what you
but
just said?
that's all I read in the
But did
historical
you,
records.
but did you, as the fire council, ever propose putting it back in place?
I believe my predecessor has, yes.
Second question, are the fire marshals in other states in the Department of Labor, and if so, why? I just don't see them as the guardians of fires for some reason.
Okay, across the 49 states, there are all different flavors of state fire marshals. Some state fire marshals reside in the Department of Law Enforcement. Some reside in the state's Department of Homeland Security. Others are contained within the state insurance commissioner's office, and some are standalone.
So would it be safe to say the preponderance is not in the Department of Labor as proposed in this bill?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that
In
question.
other words, all the fire marshals that you mentioned are in non-Department of Labor departments, meaning the preponderance of these fire marshals are not in departments of labors.
There could be some that do reside in a Department of Labor, but I haven't examined all 49 states.
May I ask Mr. Butay from the Department of Labor? Mr. Butay, I know you are a very responsible individual with a lot of responsibilities. Yeah, you guys ready to take on the fires as a new one, and do you know anything about them, and you have any staff that knows anything about this?
Still trying to figure out how we ended up with the State Fire Council, but you know, you guys are the policymakers, and we.
Do you have any suggestions where you could hand it off?
Well, I know there's all these discussions about, developing a helicopter firefighting program and, all those things. I mean, if we start going into that realm, I don't know if, I don't think we're the most suitable department that, the fire marshal should be. I remember during the pandemic when, the biggest proponents for the payroll payment protection program was the airlines, because pilots needs to be flying. They need the airtime to get their certification, and gotta have the medical certificates and the insurance, the hangar, and there's all kinds of costs that's involved.
But I agree with everything you just said. Thank you very much. Chair, may I ask Haima a question?
Sure.
Sir, do you see any possibility of a fit between a fire marshal attached to your particular organization?
So from the guidance that was given to us by the administrator, it was the, we placed the fire marshal in the Department of Labor because the fire council is there. So it's more so following the council and wherever they should be.
But you heard about the reluctant suitor that they were, in that they didn't actually get excited about it. In fact, they're saying if anybody else would take it, I'm reading into what he said, would take it over, he would gladly give it away. In other words, notwithstanding that, would you guys be more savvy, prepared, on the spot, ready to do something like that? Because HB, I mean, I think in the other testimony, Gary Lum said, they're in Homeland Security, they're in, but it didn't sound like Department of Labor. None of them were Department of Labor.
And again, Representative, I would say that the only reason why the suggestion is there is so that they would follow the fire council. So as far as a
Would you
position
take on
from,
the fire council then?
that would be for my administrator to make the decision
Okay.
for. If I was to do that, that would pretty much my last testimony I'm gonna give.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kila.
Governor's office. Thank you, Mr. Oshiro. I have a question. So in the HD1, we have it where the fire council will submit 3 nominees to the governor, and the governor shall appoint 1 person to a 10-year term. Is this independent of Senate confirmation?
So when it is not specific, then it actually is subject to confirmation. In the governor's admin bill that did something similar, we also had it subject to confirmation.
So all of the fire marshal bills are all subject to confirmation as of right now?
Unless it says it's not, my understanding is the default is that it is. And so if you don't want it to be, it needs to expressly say not subject to confirmation.
I think my only concern is that I think the intent without, this is like a position that every department I think is important, but this is a department I think will have undoubtedly a huge task ahead of itself. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to where this position does not have to go through the same scrutiny, not necessarily for education, but I think this is a position that almost has to be, I mean, I think it's foot lockstep with the governor, almost independent as well to act. So is there a position that the governor would like it to be exempt from confirmation or?
I mean, if we're given a choice, yeah, we'll take non-confirmation. But politically, that often isn't the acceptable route. So for that reason, we're fine if it is. But I mean, if you're giving us, if the legislature were to give us a preference, we'd probably say non-confirmation is better.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1844. This is relating to the University of Hawaii and appropriates funds for temporary adjunct faculty positions at the University of Hawaii Maui College. First up is the University of Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha kako, Louis Hokoana, Chancellor at Maui College. I stand on our submitted testimony in support of this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is the University of Hawaii Professional Assembly. They're not here, but they submitted testimony in support. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, from Maui, my question, having been on the working group of Speaker Saiki, we talked to the business community, and probably the farthest thing from their minds was getting an adjunct faculty person for you to do what otherwise they needed immediately. Money or loans, infrastructure, water, timelines, etc. I've compared this to a person who's drowning, and instead of throwing them a lifeline, you throw them swimming lessons. How can you justify, well, let me first start. Have you talked to the business community and they love what you're doing and they say thank you? And what's the response? Or do they know about this particular bill?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no doubt that they know that we need to train enough construction workers to rebuild out there. So we estimate we want to train an additional 300 more, and that's what the adjunct faculty will do actually. So that it's directly related to the wildfires and training for the wildfires.
But CNHA has been doing this for months already. They've got probably 100 people out there already trained.
We have all the trades at University of Hawaii Maui College. So we are the apprenticeship trades for 15 trades groups, and we want to double that up actually. And actually, we are working with all the unions. We sit on the governor's task force, economic recovery, and they are actually in support of this.
What did the Maui Chamber of Commerce say about it?
I would believe that Pam and her team would be supportive of this.
Did you say I believe? Did you?
That is
speak with them?
correct.
Did you speak with them?
I have spoken with them, and she actually sits in the task force that we are sit for the state, with the state.
Personally, I think we've missed the mark on this entirely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. This is HB 2610, HD1. This is relating to disaster relief. It establishes a disaster relief match special fund to support the local match requirements of FEMA Maui Wildfire Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. First up to testify is Ha'ima. Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Hazard Mitigation Forum. Anyone here? Nope, they are in support. We also have supportive testimony and one comment from various organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Committee members, questions for Ha'ima? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2696. This is relating to Lahaina wildfire recovery. It establishes the Lahaina Recovery Oversight Commission within the Department of Accounting and General Services to oversee and guide the recovery of Lahaina from the 2023 wildfires. First up to testify is the Office of the Governor, State Disaster Recovery Coordinator.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Luke Myers, Office of Governor, State Disaster Recovery Coordinator. We stand on written comments. We believe in the intent of the bill, but would like to have further discussions as the bill moves forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Accounting and General Services. No one is here. They also provided comments. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for Mr. Myers? Yes, Representative Ward.
How does this fit in with the other layers of governance that CARE is put together, which recovery? Give us the governance model that this will.
Yeah, so following the National Disaster Recovery Framework, there are recovery support functions that cover a number of areas. A board or commission like this would work with those at the county, state, and federal and private levels. These were established early on in this incident, and there's a precedent for using those throughout major incidents in the United States. So as this group gets established, they would specifically work with the RSF, so the recovery support functions in those areas. So they cover areas such as housing, economic, infrastructure, natural, cultural. So there's a broad spectrum that a group like this would fold into.
What if the mayor's office disagrees with it?
The mayor's office is using a similar format that the state is, using RSFs, and we meet weekly with them across the board on those. And so this working group obviously would have to identify common solution sets for the rebuild of Lahaina.
These guys at the top can make the decision, or is it really? He's going to have to have a consensus on how to move. My point is, a lot of people, particularly the business community, are saying, what do you guys do? This is really slow and decision-making, and they need time frames. And now we've got an organization. How efficient is this? Give me the structure of it, give me the efficiency model that this is going to fit into.
So all disasters start and end at the local level. Obviously, the impacts were in Maui County and in Lahaina. So the state is supporting Maui along with the federal government and private partners. Again, using the National Disaster Recovery Framework, we would heavily rely on the RSFs, the Recovery Support Function leads. So there are leads from the federal, state, and county level that are producing plans and blueprints for the rebuild. This bill, like other bills that have been introduced, do identify alternate structures. Once these potential legislative groups get established, there would have to be a review and a potential integration of them into the existing processes.
Is there one person in charge of all of these different?
Yes. So at the county,
Who's in charge?
at the county level, that is the Office of Recovery, and Josiah is the lead. At the state level, I'm the State Disaster Recovery Coordinator, and I oversee that, and we have a federal counterpart that also. It's a unified, balanced approach to solving problems. In the end, we want to support the recovery efforts in Maui from a local perspective.
You guys move quickly.
As solutions and resources are provided, the recovery will continue. If resources are not provided in a timely manner,
Have the resources yet, you're saying?
there are a lot of resources that will be needed for years to come to help support Maui.
Given this structure, what's the time frame to get the job done? Some businesses and some people are afraid that when they look at the timeline that has been suggested, it scares them.
From other large disasters that we have seen in this state and nationally, this is probably a 5 to 10 year recovery effort. In 2018, we had a lava incident on the Big Island, and they're still doing FEMA recovery from that lava incident with over 700 parcels that were consumed by lava. Obviously, with the impacts that we've seen in Lahaina, I would foresee that it is going to take many years to rebuild and recover. We are very supportive of Maui County and the plans that they are laying out. It's just going to take a number of years.
Now that you cite a historical example, I'm probably the only one who sat here and voted for the Uniki funds for Kauai when that hurricane devastated the islands. And I don't recall anything that we hesitated on to provide, and we did quickly and with really an alacrity of getting the job done. This one seems much slower and much more lethargic. Know about any of the things that happened with FEMA then?
I'm aware historically of the response and the recovery from Aniki and the impacts to the state. No disaster is exactly the same. I do know that for the last 6.5+ months, that a number of partners have been applying the resources that we do have to solve the problems to support Maui. We had more resources, and hopefully we'll be able to solve the problems as we do get them.
Gave Uniki and Kauai all the resources they needed. How much, sort of what you just said, if you have the resources?
There was a gap analysis that was presented by the federal government at the tail end of last year. It did identify a number of needs. Our recovery support function leads are taking that document and implementing those and developing strategies. And as those projects get developed, then there'll be specific dollar amounts or additional resources that may be identified.
Got any numbers? Some estimate it's going to take $6 billion for Maui to recover. And we're falling short, so how much short are we?
I do not have a specific number. I would defer to some of the other asks that have been put out there specifically for the legislative session.
Sure, the reason why we're not doing what we're doing quickly is because we don't have the resources. That's what I'm hearing you say.
More resources would help solve problems, yes, sir.
I think the political will of this building is that we're not going to provide the resources that are needed. This bill is, because resources have never, when there's an emergency and people's lives are at stake, it's never been an easy
The resources have been provided for the response. When we discuss recovery and resiliency efforts long time, that takes a lot of thought and planning, and that is ongoing right now. And we're being very supportive to Maui County in those efforts. So resources have been provided for the response, but as we turn the corner into recovery, there's a different visioning that we must support Maui with.
So you need $6 billion.
I
don't know.
I do not have a specific comment on the 6 billion, but there have been a tremendous amount of impacts over there.
But you imply there's a shortfall.
Yes, as you look to rebuild, if you look at the daily building of homes and infrastructure across the state, and then you put a disaster the size of Maui on top of that, there are construction resources need, there's logistics needs. There's a lot of needs over there once the plans have been laid out to actually consider the reconstruction and to support those businesses and residents that have been impacted.
This body, this floor, from the top floor down, he said whatever it takes, that will be provided, but we've got to know what it is and why, if it's not being given. Please do your best.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, then let's go to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 2700 HD2 relating to wildfires. This establishes the Hawaii Wildfire Relief Fund and Corporation to provide compensation for property damage resulting from catastrophic wildfires in the state. First up to testify is the Office of the Governor. Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Thank you very much. Next up is DCCA Division of Consumer Advocacy.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mike Lowe. I'm the Executive Director.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Department of Budget and Finance.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair,
Thank you very much. Next up is the Public Utilities Commission. Thank you very much. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon. Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Retail Merchants of Hawaii on Zoom. Not present. They are in support. Next, we have Kauai Island Utility Cooperative on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. David Bissell for KIUC. And we stand on our written testimony. I would just like to point out that we are requesting that electric cooperatives be potentially excluded from, or make it optional, our participation in this fund as we learn more about the costs and benefits of the fund as it continues to progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaiian Electric.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Jason Ben, Senior Vice President, Hawaiian Electric, and Chief Information Officer, testifying in strong support of HD 2700. This bill is intended to protect both the people of Hawaii and our economy from the risk of another catastrophic wildfire in the future. It does so by creating a wildfire relief fund that has two principal benefits. First, it provides expedited compensation to property owners and insurers without the cost and uncertainty of litigation, and it's regardless of cause. So as some have testified, the rising risk of catastrophic wildfire to Hawaii is a whole of society problem. Many contributing factors include climate change, changing land use, human behavior, and other causes. And when the cause of a catastrophic wildfire cannot be attributed to a financially capable party, property owners have little to no recourse for their uninsured losses. The second benefit is that it helps mitigate the financial instability on key institutions, such as the state, counties, large landowners, and utilities that can result from litigation related to catastrophic wildfires. We believe our state has a strong interest in avoiding that outcome. Utilities, as an example, invest hundreds of millions of dollars to achieve the state's energy policy objectives, including wildfire mitigation. And in order to do so and continue to make those large upfront investments, we must address the financial uncertainty of future wildfire risks and regain access to capital markets. We believe this bill and investments Hawaiian Electric and others will make will help do so. We appreciate the previous committee's work on the amendments. We support most of the amendments. Respectfully, we request that 2 of those amendments not be accepted and instead revert to the original bill language. The first has to do with prohibiting rate recovery of HECO's contribution to the fund. We believe it's reasonable to allow customer contributions to Hawaiian Electric's portion for 2 reasons. 1, liability insurance is normally and has historically been included in regulated rates for electric utilities, including Hawaiian Electric. 2, the fund is the lower cost alternative of commercial insurance if it was even available, or self-insurance. The amendments also eliminate the presumption that the utility's conduct is reasonable and prudent. If we have a approved PUC wildfire plan, that presumption, to clarify, only relates to reimbursement of the fund. It does not apply to civil liability or lawsuits. We'd like to revert to the original language on that, also because it's consistent with what happens in other states and the approach taken by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It's also needed to harmonize with other contemplated legislation, and it removes the possibility of hindsight bias. We believe the original bill language is reasonable with respect to both of these elements, and respectfully request it be restored. And then finally, we request an amendment to address concerns raised by State Farm Insurance, which clarify that property owners cannot waive insurers' claims, and addresses concerns about the statute of limitations in event of the fund being depleted. So in short, HB 2700 provides a low-cost and rapid process to compensate property owners, avoids the uncertainty of litigation that can financially destabilize key institutions, utilities, large landowners, and government entities. Solving the impacts of climate change on our state must be addressed collectively and collaboratively. We remain committed to working with stakeholders to address their concerns. And on behalf of Hawaiian Electric and its employees who faithfully served our community for 132 years, mahalo for allowing me to testify before you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have IBEW Local 1260.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Chair Yamashita, committee members, Kiko Bukowski on behalf of IBEW 1260. We stand on our written testimony and request your consideration for the amendments as proposed by HECO, the previous speaker. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Association for Justice.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oe on behalf of the Hawaii Association for Justice. We respectfully stand in opposition to this measure, and we're primarily concerned with Section 18 of the bill on pages 40 and 41, which provide essentially immunity for future property damage claims that might be resulting from a future catastrophic wildfire, for example. We've always held the position that broad immunity from civil liability is bad public policy. In this instance, we're concerned that this will, preclude all property damage claims for fund contributors for disasters in the future. Furthermore, we're not aware of any other state that has provided a provision of this type to provide immunity to any kind of fund contributor for future claims. So Hawaii would actually be the first to set this dangerous precedent in protecting, contributors for their negligence if they, add to the fund. So we respectfully, oppose this measure, and we encourage the state to protect the residents of Hawaii from, and allowing them to pursue their future claims if needed. And we look forward to working with the other stakeholders on this measure. So, thank you for the time again, and we'll be available for any questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We also have numerous supportive testimony from individuals and supportive, opposition, and comments from organizations. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you. Just curious if HECO may be positioning or exploring any other avenues to recover costs relating to damages or repairs or restoration of services, et cetera, from ratepayers, specifically Maui ratepayers?
So we have, So this particular bill has to do with future wildfires. We have my colleague's going to testify about wildfire mitigation plans, and we have a third bill called securitization. All of them are forward-looking, but in the securitization bill, we are seeking the ability to include in rates costs to address public safety as quick as we can, potentially contributions to this fund that we can secure it at the lowest possible cost, and leaving open the option for settlement of claims. Noting that that's an open issue. We haven't been found liable for anything, but just trying to find the best possible way to balance the interests of everybody and say, what is the right way to recover it that doesn't damage the financial stability of the utility and the economy, right? And so the cheapest way we can do that is through securitization. So the answer is yes. All the bills are forward-looking. We do want to leave open the option. That would be our last resort to settle some of the claims through securitization.
Okay, and does that also include shareholder contributions?
Yeah, we're not looking to put the claim settlement, that's our last choice. So clearly we're looking at what the shareholder contributions would have to be. But we don't know whether we owe or how much we owe yet. So the idea is if we can move forward, keep that option open, work with the PUC on what we can securitize.
Thank you. I think my concern is just all of it, and including what's moving along in the PUC relating to how all of these things together might affect shareholder, ratepayers on Maui specifically.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Very much. Any additional questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Well, thank you for being here.
Sure.
Is this securitization equivalent to what we did earlier? Hurricane Relief Fund. Is this basically a comparable?
Representative, I might have confused the matter because the Maui claims is in another bill that is being contemplated. This is specifically for a disaster relief fund that would create a no-fault fund for a future large wildfire, 500 or more structures, regardless of cause. And what we were discussing is how HECO's contribution could be included in rates.
Who puts money into this?
So as it's contemplated, we see three large groups. So really, the electric utility, the state of Hawaii, and then large landowners and other utilities. And the reason we view it that way, honestly, is we're not the number one cause. There's other cases where fires have been caused for other reasons, where landowners are being sued, and we'd like to offer them the opportunity to contribute to the fund and to create a better way to protect Hawaii from the danger.
Those three proportionally equal?
It's still to be determined, Representative.
How much money are we talking about?
So we're working on an analysis right now. Don't really have the number for you today.
Big.
No, I mean, by anybody's view, it's going to be big, yeah. I don't know that yet. So we think an initial contribution, we're working on that analysis. We hope to get those numbers, obviously, before the bill passes. The bill calls for an actuary study to be performed. Practically speaking, that study will determine what is the right distribution and what is the right size of the fund to protect Hawaii. I couldn't speak to that, but I can speak to this. The state's contribution does not have to be cash. The state can backstop it without putting cash up and take a small reserve. So there's a bunch of financial instruments that could happen. The state can take up to a certain amount without affecting its debt ceiling.
Landlords also bought in as equally vehemently or enthusiastically.
We think they will. I mean, I can't say
they're
they've bought
here-
in.
They're not here today.
It's a fair point, Representative. They're not here supporting it, but we think that this is an attractive thing if I may, real quick, we have a lot of former plantation land in Hawaii. And I don't know if Dr. Clay is here or not. I haven't actually personally met him, but when I do my kind of like amateur look at it, there's a strong overlay with fallow plantation land with wildfire risk areas. So we have a lot of areas where we want to take care of the people. We're doing everything we can to address our end of public safety, but the truth is we're not the #1 ignition source. We are, I mean, he may refute that, but we think landowners have a strong interest. I can't speak for them. We think they have a strong interest in contributing to the fund. Like if no one's to blame, property owners are out right now. If, as is in the case in another case, someone of their staff starts a fire, they have nowhere to go. So certainly.
Don't know that it's been this long?
Yeah, we've made, obviously we've said what we can say about the events that occurred that day, but just respectfully, this bill is about forward, right? It's not about, I mean, 8/8 is the tragic events of 8/8. This bill is not gonna fix that. This bill is about making sure if it happens again.
It would have been nice if the large landowner.
I don't wanna speak for them, Representative.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else have questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our last agenda item, which is Bill 2407 HD2. This is relating to wildfire risk mitigation. It creates a process for electric utilities to develop and submit wildfire protection plans to the PUC for approval and allows the recovery of related costs and expenses through securitization. First up is the Office of the Governor.
Vice Chair, chairs, members of the committee, Blake Sheriff, Senior Advisor for the Governor. You have our written testimony and support. I just would like to briefly summarize. We do feel that the proposal before you is something that is worthy of your consideration. As we understand it from HECO, these are two different portions of a puzzle that they need in order to become investment grade again. So the first one is creating a wildfire protection plan. The bill proposes to do that under the auspices and approval of the PUC. And then any of those recommendations would be able to be funded through securitization, also monitored by the PUC. And so I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Energy Office. Thank you very much. Next up is DCCA, Division of Consumer Advocacy. Okay, great. Thank you very much for your amendments. Next up is Public Utilities Commission. Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Ha'ima. Thank you very much. Next, we have Life of the Land.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Henry Curtis, Executive Director of Life of the Land, currently in our 55th year in Hawaii, and we have been in 6 regulatory proceedings at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. This bill has 2 problems with it, or a few, but 2 big ones. First is that the normal Public Utility Commission process is that a docket is opened, stakeholders with issues and interests are allowed to intervene, there's broad discussion, there's evidence, there's exhibits, there's briefs, and the PUC makes a decision. This proceeding allows the PUC to bypass that entire process through a non-docket and to cut out any public participation. It says the PUC may hold public meetings, but it implies that the PUC can by itself make the decision. So that would be a whole new way of processing. The second is with the public safety power shutoffs. The California Public Utilities Commission has examined the issue for 10 years and found that de-energizing lines should be, quote, a measure of last resort, unquote. We have seen rolling blackouts in Hawaii and how much that has impacted people. We have had 7 red flag days since the Lahaina fire. Imagine the utility shutting down power to hundreds of thousands of people for 7 days since the fire. That is clearly something that needs more development about how you would do it, what the protocols would be. That would come out through a PUC docket with interveners in a formal process, and that's what we're advocating. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next up is DLNR, and I apologize that I missed you earlier. DLNR, you still here? Great, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaiian Electric.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Hawaiian Electric is going to testify today in strong support of this bill, but we have a couple of amendments we'd like for you to consider. First, I wanted to address the discussion of securitization and ask that that be reserved for a later time. We continue to work with the Attorney General's office toward a suitable alternative in the language in this bill. So we'd like to ask you to just keep this bill moving in regard to that, so that discussion can keep moving. Now, in general, though, securitization is very common in the industry, common in the world, for being a very efficient, low-cost way and using best practices to move forward. Now, specific to what I'm here to testify on today is the wildfire mitigation plan, and we have 3 sets of amendments that we'd like you to consider. Although the bill does have good wording in regard to process about the PUC approach, we would like to clarify that the commission itself would determine what the reasonable costs are in regard to developing, implementing, and administering the plan, along with timely authorization and recovery, which are key to an effective wildfire mitigation plan. Second, we'd like to suggest striking the penalty section. The commission has this authority already, as laid out in HRS 269-28. And third, I'll spend a little bit more time here just to explain our intent. We really want to protect the jurisdiction of the commission by putting narrow limitations on the ability of suing the electric utilities or the commission based on the plans that are filed. Now, this is not a request for a blanket immunity, and I'm going to give you 2 quick examples to demonstrate that. For example, if the commission decides a public power shutoff program, a preemptive shutoff program in high winds is needed to protect the public interest, and we implemented that, and then a lawsuit for damages came as a result of the shutoff, would undermine the commission's authority. And recently this was tested by the California Supreme Court, where PG&E was sued by plaintiffs, and the California Supreme Court ruled in favor of PG&E and said that because the plan was filed and it was approved, that the commission had the jurisdiction to authorize and approve that plan. So this is very similar to that, what I'm asking you to consider today in regard to this. Now, the second one, just to demonstrate the other side of this, if a utility commits to inspecting a certain number of poles each year and it does not follow through on that commitment, that would mean that we're negligent, and people would be able to sue us for negligence, not be sued as a result of the plan. The plan should not create more opportunities for liability in and of itself. So it's not a blanket immunity. So we support this bill. We ask you to consider these amendments and move this bill forward so we can continue to work with the AG's office on the securitization part of the bill. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative on Zoom.
Aloha, David Bitzel again for KIUC. We are generally supportive of this bill and securitization, but we do recognize that securitization is unlikely to apply to a road utility cooperatives such as ourselves because of scale of costs that would be included and because of our alternative financing sources, including from the rural utility service. So we have, while we're supportive of the bill, we've suggested edits to allow for cost recovery for cooperatives through riders that do not require a securitization offering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Oh, maybe can you come up to the mic? And if you wouldn't mind stating your name and department again.
Thank you. Apologies. My name is Michael Angelo, Executive Director of DCA. Just wanted to clarify that we support this bill. I think I inadvertently said comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else who would like to testify? Yes.
Vice Chair, sorry, Louis over here, Budget and Finance.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have your testimony. It just didn't have to testify. Anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members' questions. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For PUC, I would assume, number one, you have already the authority to ask for plans for wildfire protection, and that likely you will ask for such plans.
Well, I can't speak to the latter half, but under the general regulatory sort of powers that the PUC does have, I suppose, yes, the PUC could ask for such a plan.
So the first part of this bill is a done deal.
Well,
one way or another.
I can't speak for the commissioners themselves since none of them are present, but I will say that, you know, due to the general supervisory sort of powers that the commission does have, that if the commission had wanted, or deems it necessary to ask the public utilities that it regulates to submit this sort of plan, that PUC could presumably do that.
Now, if you go to the second part of the bill, the securitization, the putting all ratepayers at jeopardy of financing this proposal, wouldn't you think that you would want full public discussion? And would this bill as written, as suggested by a prior testimony, cut off that public participation?
I would say that this bill as is written, well, when the utility files anything with the commission, right, it typically gets filed in a docket. And as part of that docket process, the members of the community could move to intervene
But
or participate.
supposedly this is a non-docket process.
Well, I think that was an assumption made by the previous testifier that it would be made, it would proceed as a non-docketed proceeding. But I'm not sure if that assumption
Well,
is
have you read
one
the
that
bill?
he's-
Is it a docket
Well,
proposal or a non-docket
I think that the bill itself is silent as to whether it has to be a docketed proceeding or a non-docketed proceeding. When the utility files something with the commission, then at that time, the commission will typically, for instance, like with most utility requests, they do get for regulatory approval, they do get put into a docketed proceeding. That way we can have folks like the consumer advocate also participate, and anyone else in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
For the PC, just to follow up, so, and clarify, would you support clarifying that this would be a docketed proceeding in the bill?
Well, I think that's a decision that's best left up to this body here, but if the legislature does feel that having that clarity is important, that it must be a docketed proceeding, then I think it's fine to specify that.
Okay, thank you.
Docketed.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Representative Ward.
Mr. Curtis, could you give us chapter and verse, please? Page number and line number, where the docket is.
Representative Ward, could you speak closer to the mic? We got a notice
Sorry.
that
Yep,
they can't hear
my
you.
office has even complained.
Okay.
They don't necessarily like what I say, but they say, we at least want to hear you.
Okay.
Mr. Curtis, you said it's non-docket. Show us how that you arrived at that opinion.
The legislation itself says a docket or non-docket, and the Public Utilities Commission is requiring all utilities in the state to file hazardous mitigation reports this April in a non-docket. So the PUC does put some utility filings in non-dockets.
You said this legislation indicates that, but I
It
asked-
says non-docket in it if you do a search on the
Oh, I
legislation.
thought maybe you had the pages and the lines.
I don't carry an index of the bill on me.
Some of us who print it out have it right ready. Having said that, I want to ask Hiko a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Hiko, I'm going to rephrase the same question about docket or non-docket.
I'm told it's on page 19 and it's either or. So it could be docketed or non-docketed.
Page 19, what line number, please?
5.
Page 19, line 5, reads as follows. Initial filing in the docket or non-docketed case related to the commission's evaluation of a risk-based wildfire protection plan. So it can go either way.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon, I mean, I'll just express my opinion here. So it's not uncommon for the PUC or for others in a non-docketed process to gather information and then place that into a docket for the investigative part of the proceeding.
So you would agree if it's going to affect ratepayers, it's not bad to allow them to come in.
That's right. I mean, we're open to that. We're open to a
Okay,
docketed.
so that's not a problem.
Yeah,
which was
we're open to a
earlier
docketed.
noted
Just so
by-
people have transparency and visibility and can weigh in as part of the process, I think that's appropriate.
Regarding the shut-off issue, sorry, I was supposed to ask Mr. Henry Curtis about that. Henry, what have you got against shutting the power off to save lives and save fires? I mean, that was one of the reasons that supposedly the fire went because they didn't shut it off. Why would you be against that?
I have nothing against it specifically, but it is interesting that in the 7 red flag days since the Lahaina fire, nobody has suggested shutting off power during those 7 red flag days. They've only suggested we should have shut it off for the Lahaina fire because if we had crystal balls, we could have known that the deaths would occur.
Are you afraid that if we give the shut-off power, that they're going to start shutting off my community and yours and others?
In California, what they found is that de-energizing lines impact low to moderate income and environmental justice communities far more than richer communities.
Okay, that goes in another direction that I'm not going to follow through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess for decision-making. Good afternoon. Calling today's next agenda to order. We're actually going to continue to recess the third finance agenda, and we're going to do decision-making after we have conducted this next agenda, along with all of the other decision-making we have to make at the end of the day. So right now, we are on the 3:30 p.m. finance hearing agenda. And we are actually going to take one item out of order, and because people need to catch their flights back to neighbor islands. So we are actually going to go to House Bill 2263 HD1 as the first item. This is on page 3 at the bottom. This is relating to the East Kauai irrigation system. It appropriates funds to the Agribusiness Development Corporation to establish positions to maintain and improve the East Kauai irrigation system and for maintenance and improvements to the system. So first up to testify, we have the Agribusiness Development Corporation.
Aloha Chair and members of the committee. I'm Wendy Gaby. I'm with the Agribusiness Development Corp. And we stand in very, very strong support of this measure. Not only does it keep 5,000 acres in active ag land production, helping us get to our doubling the food production by 2030, it also, by us stepping in, will continue to have us abide by the state constitution and allow DHHL to have their water allotment by law. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Okay, not present. They are in support. Next, we have Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ryan Kanakaoli, Department of Land and Natural Resources. We submitted testimony in support of this measure, and we look forward to working with ADC on the successful transition of operation and management of the EKIS from DLNR to ADC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we also have DLNR Russell Suji. Not present. Okay. He's also in support. Next, we have the East Kauai Water Users Cooperative.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jerry Ornelas. I'm here testifying in strong support of HB 2263. I have submitted written testimony, but it's somewhat lengthy, so I'm not going to read it. However, I respectfully ask that you review it if you have time. There's three things that I want to get across. First of all, the system in question is entirely owned by the state of Hawaii. It does service some private lands, but most of it is state lands at Kalipa, which is owned by ADC. The second point I want to make is that the reservoirs on this system have all been refurbished. They're in very good condition. Two of them are not regulated, and the one that is, the Wailu Reservoir, has been completely rebuilt recently. The third point that I would like to make is that as our resources become more scarce, we need to make multiple uses of them, and this is a good instance of something like that. Besides serving the agricultural community, especially in the case of the reservoirs, they are habitat for wildlife. As you know, in our ignorance in the past, we destroyed a lot of our wetlands. These birds have nowhere to go today, except the man-made ones. It is a public fishery. All of these reservoirs have fish in them. Public may fish in them. And thirdly, given the recent history we have with wildfires, these reservoirs are an important source of water for fighting wildfires. So again, I respectfully ask that you take this matter under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and hope you can make your flight back, Jerry.
Thank you
Next
for
up-
taking me out of order.
No problem, thank you. Next is the Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We're absolutely in support of transferring the system over from DLNR to ADC. I think Mr. Nellis is very humble. Didn't say how difficult it is for a farmer to come to Oahu all day. This is the third time this session, and he reminded me he's been coming for about 20 years. The reality is we need the water. We had vibrant discussion last week on all the goals that we are setting as a state for agriculture. We can't do it without water. No water, no agriculture. No agriculture, no food. We know things are difficult, but it is critical that we address this particular system. We're gonna lose the water. We're gonna lose the farmers. We're gonna use the other users, DHHL. We'll lose, as Mr. Ellis referenced, critical wildlife habitat, fire suppression, drought mitigation, and helping with erosion, all the things that reservoirs help with. So it's not just the actual system, it's a complete ecosystem with those reservoirs. So we do ask the legislature to please consider, we've been working on this for decades. If we don't do something, we won't have those farmers on Kauai. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Ulupono Initiative.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munekata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. I just want to stand on our testimony in strong support of this. A lot of great points already made. I understand that this hearing is very water-centric, speaking to the importance for agriculture. You know, if we're serious about agriculture, water is where we should start. Infrastructure is where we should start. It remains one of the most needed assets when it comes to agricultural production across our state. As you go around and talk to all the various farmers across the state, the first things they say is water and land. I will say that, you know, if we're serious again about maintaining these irrigation infrastructure systems across our state, like the East Kauai irrigation system, you know, putting some money in now is very smart policy. Should we walk away from something like this and really look at what might be needed, say, years down the line, if we need to redevelop something? It's no longer the thousands or the millions. We're talking billions of dollars to just do one system if we're looking to redevelop a new system. So it's really important that we look at our systems and see where we can maintain and keep this resource available for various goals that we have going on across our state, like our sustainability goals and local food production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from numerous organizations and individuals. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions?
I would like to testify.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Clayton Kubo, Waimea, Kauai, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of a fisher, okay, meaning freshwater fisher. I did numerous times visit Wailua Reservoir for largemouth bass, but also, you know, as Mr. Ornelas pointed out, there are numerous reservoirs around, but majority of them is all private, cannot access. Even though I reached out, I asked, basically they told me no. So I am in support of this if we can have access to the Wailua Reservoir for fishing. Mahalo nui, aloha.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on Zoom? No? Okay.
Can I testify too? Sorry.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yoshito Lord. I'm the CEO for Ainaho Kupua Kilauea on the North Shore of Kauai. The conversation on dams is very prominent. We might lose the one that is stated to support our 75 acres. And in this case, it is so cut and dry where the state owns it. It has been repaired. There's a willing entity to take it over to continue our ability to build resiliency and allow our economy to diversify and feed a very hungry customer base that really wants to feed themselves locally. And our biggest challenge is to increase production. And we need to keep all the infrastructure that is existing and functioning to be able to facilitate the continued increasing production at the local level with diversified agriculture. So I'm absolutely in strong support and really ask all you folks to support this measure and let ADC be able to control it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on Zoom? No. Okay. Seeing none, let's go to questions. So Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. ADC, I noticed that there is some testimony in here from DHHL asking that they also be allowed access to water. Are you going to be able to accommodate that?
Absolutely, yes. And
Okay.
we had reached out to them early on, and thanks to Mr. Ornelas and some of the other farmers, we have walked the entire system. So we did our own due diligence to understand what we would be taking on, and the numbers that are put forth are coming from the community based on Mr. Ornelas as a farmer running the system for a period of time. But it is very, very, I'm sorry, I'm Wendy Gady with ADC.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
very
right. Sorry,
critical.
Wendy.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, yes, it does. And I want to thank you because finally we have a home for it. And Jerry's been trying for years and years and years. Jerry, 20 years, you said. I think it's time that we really need to help my island, Kauai, our island, to get the water that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the top of the agenda and go back to the first agenda item, House Bill 2467 HD1. This is relating to rent credits for demolition and infrastructure costs on public land leases, and it repeals the sunset provision of Act 222. First up to testify is DLNR.
Good afternoon, Ryan Konakoli, Department of Land and Natural Resources. We submitted testimony in support. This bill is part of DLNR's administrative package, and it'll allow DLNR to continue to provide rent credits to lessees for covering demolition and infrastructure costs. These rent credits are an effective land management tool when negotiating leases and making our properties more attractive to prospective lessees. We're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you know if Russell Suji also wants to testify, or did he just submit with you? Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
DLNR, does this bill have anything to do with Uncle Billy's in Hilo?
No, this is.
Okay, thank you.
Or looking forward, this is looking prospective to when we do negotiations with landowners. But no, there's a separate bill for the demolition, I believe.
$12 million?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, HB 2611 HD2. This is relating to administrative fees. It statutorily establishes a DLNR transaction fee for each recording in the Bureau of Conveyances and Land Court. First up is DLNR. Thank you. Is it Mr. Kobata? Do you want to test? You're okay? Oh. Come on up.
Thank you, if you don't mind.
Go
Vice
ahead,
Chair,
yeah.
members of the committee, my name is Les Kobata. I'm the Registrar of the Bureau of Conveyance. We're in strong support of this bill. It fixes a unintended error that was in Act 120, Session Law 2009, where we're charging $5 transaction fee only on regular system recordings. So this is an equity type thing where we want to make sure that all recordings are equally charged. And also the money that has been the money that's been collected through this fee has been tremendous in terms of the efficiency and the automation that we've been able to accomplish at the Bureau. So we hope that you will see fit to move this on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is NIAP Hawai'i Chapter. They offer comments. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for DLNR? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2478 HD1. This is relating to the Pacific Marine Fisheries Compact and authorizes the governor to execute a compact on behalf of the state to cooperate in the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. First up to testify is DLNR.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Brian Nielsen, representing Department of Land and Natural Resources. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of this bill. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from the Hawaii Fishermen's Alliance for Conservation and Tradition. There is no one else who has indicated they'd like to testify, but is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2579, HD1. This is relating to the Hilo Community Economic District. This clarifies that the Board of Land and Natural Resources shall not unilaterally amend the terms and conditions of any lease of public lands being extended pursuant to Act 149. First up to testify is Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources. We submitted testimony in opposition. This bill will require the department to use outdated lease forms for Act 149 properties unless the updated lease form is adopted into our the actual lease form is adopted into our administrative rules. We do not believe that the public interest is served by extending leases on outdated forms, and we request this bill be held. Model.
Thank you very much. We also have testimony in support from the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Hawaii. That is all who have submitted testimony. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2473 HD2. This is relating to conservation mitigation programs. It authorizes DLNR to operate and approve conservation bank and conservation in lieu fee mitigation programs. First up to testify is DLNR.
Ryan Kanakaole, Department of Land and Natural Resources. We submitted testimony in support. However, we also offered additional recommendations for amendment to page 2, lines 1 through 6 of the bill, as well as page 8, line 16, and I believe it was distributed, copies were distributed just recently to the committee. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have submitting testimony but not indicating they be present. We have Earth Justice in opposition. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Seeing none, committee members, questions for DLNR? Okay, no questions. We're going to go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 1919, HD1. This is relating to state boating facilities. It establishes a state boating facility lease pilot program within DLNR to lease one state small boat harbor for private development, management, maintenance, and operation. And it mentions Alawai Boat Harbor in the bill. First up to testify, we have DLNR Dobar.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kitagawa and committee members. Ed Underwood, Administrator with the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. The department stands in very strong support of this measure, and we would like to, one amendment possibly to request is to remove the language that limits to where this pilot project can take place. We'd like to be able to apply to any one of the 16 small boat harbors. Give the board that ability to do it.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have UPW Hawaii. They are not present, but they submitted testimony in opposition. Is there anyone from Starn, O'Toole, Marcus, and Fisher?
Good afternoon, Chair. Eric Robinson from Starn, O'Toole, Marcus, and Fisher. We submitted testimony offering comments on this bill, and we stand on that testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have on Zoom Clayton Kubo.
Clayton Kubo, Waimea Kauai, strong opposition. It seems like that eventually, is it going to be like I'm going to have to pay $50 when I launch on boat at the boat harbor? this can cause a really havoc. Again, strong opposition. Mahalo, aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kate Thompson.
Hello, Vice Chair Kitagawa. Nice meeting you, all of you board members. This is my first time in a big meeting in the House, so I'm happy to be here. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've had a sailboat in the Alawai for 25 years. I'm a co-founder of Kaumaina Boaters and surfparking.org. I'm the current director. We have about 700 people interested in preserving the Alawai Boat Harbor free parking, 300 out of 1,000 parking places. The vision document said there's actually 1,025 parking, and that includes staff parking and boater parking, free parking, and paid parking. So what is happening with this private-public partnership is going off of the HRS 200-2.5 and 2.6. And last year it came in as Alawai Small Boat Harbor, and this year it is looking like a mysterious harbor for a mysterious amount of lease time. And we feel that the public and the legislature deserve to know which harbor people are considering developing. And we also feel that this is too mysterious for other reasons, is how will the public be involved? How will we safeguard public parking, boat ramps? It means so much to people in Hawaii, like he was saying. At Colina, for instance, that property was kind of almost like sold, and it's pretty much like Fort Knox to get into Colina. There's been lawsuits related to the boat ramp. They were supposed to develop it within 5 years. They developed it. It didn't meet code. They had to redevelop it. And now people have to pay to park their trailers, which I don't think was part of the original negotiation. Plus, the insurance costs are so high for Colina to launch their boat that they're actually all just launching at Waianae Boat Harbor again. So I think that there's a lot of issues of how this actually plays out for Hawaii residents. And also, like the Kehi Marine Center is also guarded with huge metal gates. If a person wanted to put their kayak in there or buy a bag of ice, use the bathroom, that would not be possible. So having this type of public-private partnership looks more like a yacht club, which is okay, but there are histories of, one, economic diversity. Not everybody can afford to be in a like a private yacht club. Also, there's some roots of sexism and racism and other things to do with private clubs. So I think that I've enjoyed being in a state harbor, and many thousands, hundreds of people throughout the state have. Also, just one more comment is that the way the bill, or the way the HRS looks, it says that the harbors can be sold by auction behind closed doors, in the sense of just the small board or just the people, that Division of Boating, looking at the actual contracts. And we feel that this is so important. It should definitely be looked at in the legislature, and maybe even go to the ballot, the public ballot, of do we want to sell our public harbors or not. Thank you so much for allowing my testimony, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Margaret Hallahan.
Coming to this state for 45 years, boating and learning, outrigger canoeing, a long distance water navigation. It's been the home of where I've learned how to do my volunteer work, is in San Francisco with Sea Scouts, and really into the waterways there. And I've come here just to talk about the importance of allowing public spaces and how public-private things don't really work that well. And I'm going to give you a quick example. You might all have gotten some little photos. In 1957, you probably all know that Act 163 from the territorial governor gave the Alawai Boat Harbor to the people for recreational uses, except for the Hawaii Yacht Club. And there was an amendment to that in 1965 for the area of that original agreement for the Waikiki Beach parts to be separated and put into DLNR. And I sent, I sent that also to you in a document. It's called 2215. So the Alawai is clearly a recreational area. And if you look at the photos I just sent you of an example of a public-private that doesn't work, do you guys see where it says a Hilton Lagoon? There is no such thing, a legal thing called the Hilton Lagoon. What Hilton Hawaiian Villages does is they go online and tag it with all the maps. And they actually say it closes at 6 o'clock, which it doesn't. And they tag it with their hotel. So you can see in some of the other printouts that they do sales. So if you go onto Google or anything, because of that tag, you click it and you go to the 800 number for the Hilton resorts to get a hotel room. But it's public land, and someone should be checking this out. Someone should be charging it. And it happens so much that people forget to call it Kahanamoku Lagoon. Everyone just calls it, even the media, they call it the Hilton Lagoon. And it shouldn't be that way. And if the Hilton is doing that, they should be charged and penalized. And there needs to be an organization within the government, saying you can't be doing this illegal online tagging in public lands or submerged lands to sell stuff. And if they do that, they should be taken down and charged money. So the enforcement and the oversight when you get private and public working together is that if you look into this, OHA was also included in some of this negotiation. In 2016, you can see in the document I sent you, there was a remnant piece of land that.
Ma'am?
Yeah, we're done.
Are you speaking to a different topic?
No, it's this topic. The idea is that public-private isn't working because there's not enough oversight. There should have been bathrooms for the public, paid for by the Hilton, all kinds of things, but there's no central group that's making sure public-private works. So if you, like, Ko'olina's not working, there's all kinds of boaters that can't get in there. Let's get, if you're going to continue with public-private, there has to be a good overview process. Charging them money for oversight. For times, we are talking about the same thing, and I'm really scared that we're going to lose access for the local people at the harbors that I've so enjoyed for 45 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Yes, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Nick Croft. I flew over from Kauai today, again. I sent in my written testimony in opposition of this. Basically, just real quick, just keep public. Talk to a lot of people, especially on the west side of Kauai, whether it's commercial or fishermen that are scared of getting put in a corner, like what's this private thing mean? And basically just keep public. Let's all work together, coexist, and it just seems easier that way and makes everyone kind of happier. But thank you so much.
Very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Yes, come on up.
For allowing me to speak. I think originally I was actually.
Could you state your name?
Oh, Sean Rotella, Kailua Kona. Originally I was in support of this, and after some thought, I definitely would like to go on the record saying I'm not really for it. One of the prime examples would be Kiwalos. Although it is a very nice harbor and the business aspect of it runs very well, if you're trying to run a harbor like a business, they're doing a great example of it. They're turning a great profit out of a harbor. However, in the last 6 months, I know of 5 new charter boat permits that have already been issued out of there, and I don't even know about the dive permits that have been issued. So as DLNR and DOBOR has dealt with issues of over-permitting, they're also in this next bill advocating the same example of an entity that would be able to continue to permit, to create revenue, to drive things up. And I think that's a little contradictory in itself that I know I'm standing on other issues where we're dealing with over-permitting all over the state, but here's an example of a public-private partnership that's been able to continue to progress permits out. And it's a little bit of a loophole there that they deal with, and not being in a DOBOR division and Department of Transportation and different waters that they're dealing in. Even though they're in the state waters, they're still permitting is being allowed at a rate that I don't think keeps up to what the rest of us are actually dealing with on over-permitting issues. So I would just like to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Morikawa.
DOBAR, I guess. When I first saw this bill, I was thinking about LOI too. But now that I'm hearing you say that it's to public privatize other boat harbors statewide, I have major concerns. First of all, the employees that will be affected. Second of all, government was always supposed to be there to provide a service that no one else can benefit from or make a profit from. And it was supposed to be for recreation, for our boat harbors, fishing, because that's what we do in Hawaii, because we're surrounded by waters. This bill, I have major concerns, because all of these other problems from the testimonies backing up the employees are not answered. And I'm not sure, why are you doing this?
So all of the government employees will not be affected. When the legislature transferred the Small Boat Harbor and Coastal Areas Program out of DOT and into DLNR back in 1991, they never staffed or funded the Coastal Areas Program. In fact, it wasn't but a skeleton crew that was transferred into DLNR. And ever since then, the legislature has not been able to fund or staff the program adequately. That's why it's in the condition it is today. And we're still struggling with trying to manage this facility. At the time it was transferred, there was a $300 million deficit in deferred maintenance, and we're still playing catch up with this. We can't hire anybody right now. Hiring is so difficult. Public-private partnership will allow us to enter into an agreement with like a marina management company to come in and run the day-to-day program, and then we can focus all of our staff on the coastal areas program where we're so sorely lacking of staff and enforcement.
I hear you, but in the past, we all believe, many of us believe that you just have been mismanaging just running these small boat harbors. If you could have been on top of this from long ago, watch your permits, make sure that you guys were on top of all the users, and made sure that they paid what they're supposed to pay, I think you guys could have done a better job. And at this point right now, we're trying to help you make it better. And I'm going to talk personally about the boat harbor at Kikiola. All of the people involved in that, all of the stakeholders have come together to see how they can make that boat harbor survive, how they can share the space, how they can make sure that they communicate with you guys to see what they can do to help you guys maintain. And I think that's the kind of partnership I want to work with, community and state. I'm very concerned when we get private entities involved in this, because what it is the bottom line. It's about them making money, and I cannot agree with that. But thank you. I mean, just my thoughts.
I understand, and we have been accused of mismanagement for years, but in fact, we can only manage according to what the law says. And we have been asking for years to change these laws to give us the ability to properly manage the facilities. And until today, we still don't have it. So until the laws are changed, nothing's going to change with the management of the harbors. So something's got to give.
Just be careful when you ask us to change the laws, because there are so many unintended consequences that we don't even know are going to pop up. And we don't have to go back on defense to try to fix it. So I think where we are right now is safe. We all can feel comfortable. We all know what our part of the responsibility is. And I think that's where we need to go right now. Thank you.
Much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
What did Yogi Berra say about deja vu all over again? You guys have been trying to do this for years. It went back, as I recall, a number of years ago. The amount of the millions of square miles you have in terms of land and ocean responsibility, and the percentage of the state budget.
LNR, I think it's less than 1%.
So your responsibilities never match this. And what I hear you saying is, if you guys would fund this, we wouldn't have to go privatization. This kind of is outboarding or get enough money to do your basic stuff. Is there any model? Okay, first let me ask Mr. Kubo's question. I want to launch my boat on Kauai. Pay $50 to do it?
No, it's $75 a year to launch the boat.
Kubo, I hope you're on board to hear that. $75, he can do his boat as many times as possible. You guys set the fees, or the privatization person will do it, or you guys just stand back, or what?
The Board of Land and Natural Resources will have oversight, and they will set the fees.
Okay, so there's not a predatory, we're gonna gouge you guys, because, you know, fishermen don't take a lot of crap.
The board will have full oversight over it.
So if we give you the right amount of money, you would withdraw this, right? We double your budget. I mean, I'm being facetious. You can see that over the years, where I can remember when, and now it's more acceptable, that when you guys wanted to charge a fee to get into dining, sake of survival, of fixing those broken toilets and other things that are untenable because of your budget, you do have fees now in various parks, etc. Last thing is it where you have another target, if you will, other than Alawai? Our representative from Kauai. All 16 are up for grabs in that sense, or what did you?
Yes, we would like to be able to pick one of the 16 for.
Okay, so it's not locked into Alawai.
Right now, according to the way the bill's written, Alawai would not be included because it's, I believe it's in populations of less than 900,000. But that would exclude Oahu harbors.
Yes, Representative Point Point.
Just to follow up, I'm curious if you have of the 16 or the ones that aren't in the 900,000 population, if you have a specific site in mind?
We were considering the Honokahau Small Boat Harbor, since it already has the GKM Marina built in. There's 2 other facilities in that harbor already, so we're looking at that one. But we could run this model in any of the harbors. In fact, we already do it. We already have 4 harbors that are running in this model that we manage, and it works great. So we're just trying to get it to where we can do the other 16 and then free us up to do what our the big mandate, which is the coastal areas program.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2477 HD1. This is relating to commercial ocean recreation operations. This specifies that DLNR shall issue all new commercial use permits for commercial ocean recreation activities in an ORMA that are not renewals or reissuances by public auction, and it revises provisions relating to boating and ocean recreation fees and permits. First up to testify is DLNR Dobar.
Mr. Kinagawa, committee members, we also stand in strong support of this measure. The bill has been substantially amended. However, we'd like to ask to put back the language where the commercial percentage fee that the boats pay also be applied to all other commercial maritime activities, such as surf schools, kayak companies. So everybody's on an even playing field and everybody's paying the same amount of fees.
Very much. Next up to testify is Activities and Attractions Association of Hawaii, Inc. on Zoom.
Aloha, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I will stand on my testimony because I'm losing my voice. So thank you very much.
Thank you
Aloha.
very much.
Opposed.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Despite all the changes.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Ocean Tourism Coalition on Zoom.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Committee on Finance. I first want to state, well, first off, that my name is Denver. I'm president of the Ocean Tourism Coalition. But I want to state my appreciation for all the work that went into HD1. I know a lot of changes were made, so a lot of our issues on the first draft were resolved. So my opposition to the current draft is mostly just out of my lack of understanding with certain terms in the bill. The first one would be, I would ask for clarification from the state on how the new language regarding, having fees based on the impact that permitted activities have on natural resources, how that'll affect possibly like mooring fees, and items like that. And then the second item would be when it comes to being able to auction off new permits, how the current problem that's meant to address and how that might be used in the future. One issue or one concern that we have is there are certain places, even say on Maui, where it's not an ORMA, but operators have been going there for decades. And if they were to make a new ORMA, those operators might lose their access to those places that might be needed during inclement weather. And I guess if that auction would still apply in those cases, or would there be some type of, seniority or exception in those places? But just thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Kua'aina Ulu Au'amo on Zoom.
Aloha mai kākou. Oh, sorry. Aloha mai kākou. Olani Momi Fisher testifying on behalf of Kua'aina Ulu Au'amo, or KUA. We support a large statewide network of community-based Malama'aina practitioners, including many that voluntarily care for our nearshore marine resources through community-based subsistence fishing areas, marine life conservation districts, and other marine managed areas. We really appreciate that DOBOR has recently shifted its focus away from prioritizing commercial activities to a more balanced approach to preserve and protect our natural and cultural resources. And we hope that DOBOR can be able to effectively manage their kuleana in a more fair and equitable manner for all users of our near shores, not just commercial users. We support this measure, but we strongly support reinstating some, if not all, of the original language with more teeth to more effectively address the dire needs that DOBOR has communicated they need help with, especially with managing all the rampant illegal activities going on. So mahalo nui for considering our testimony. Aloha aina kākou.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Starn, O'Toole, Marcus, and Fisher.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members, Eric Robinson. We submitted testimony offering comments on this. We stand by that testimony. And I just wanted to amplify that we appreciate DOBOR reaching out to members of the industry to help refine the original draft of the bill. We think that this doesn't really target illegal activities, so I appreciate prior testifiers' comments, but I do think this is a good balance between trying to enhance how we manage our shorelines and our coastal waters and making sure that we're not making people go bankrupt and absolutely destroying businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Lahaina Divers, Inc. on Zoom. Not present. They are in opposition. Next, we have Komohana Charters, LLC on Zoom. Not present. They are in opposition. Next, we have Makai Adventures on Zoom. Not present. They are in opposition. Next, we have Explore Kauai Scuba on Zoom.
Hi. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Jessie Croft. My husband and I run a small business off of Hawai'i. I stand by my written testimony opposing this bill. I just want to quickly add a few comments. I do appreciate the amendments, but I have to say I still do not trust this bill. I hope you kill this bill today. It's super vague and open for loopholes, the way it's written. And originally, the way this bill was written was so awful and an obvious attack on commercial operators. It's just like last year's 1090 bill, but way worse. We have been given these permits legally. We are hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, not criminals. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Jesse, is your husband also want to testify? I see his name listed here for, oh, you're here. Okay, oh, come on up.
He's here, yeah.
Nick.
Again, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. Yeah, we had to work this morning, so she had to scuba dive, so you can't, dive and fly. So, but I didn't, so I still made it. So thank you for having me. While this amended bill sounds way better, way better, I still am opposing it. It's still vague language that really gives me goosebumps and kind of scares me to, I don't know which way it's going to go. Meeting up with DLNR was really awesome and really fun to engage in conversation and outcome. I just wish we could have more of that from the beginning and not after a scary bill was introduced. So I've already kind of talked to him about after legislative is done, can I participate in that, or community-wise have more community say so and so forth. I know they have issues with being understaffed, totally understand. I deal with that sometimes, but maybe a bigger budget for them or something a little more not so cruel to businesses and jobs. We dealt with this last year at 1090. And yeah, just wanting to work more together as a whole, fishermen, commercial, everyone, so everyone's happy for a nice, easy, flowing system. But I didn't even go with what I wrote because I just started going with it. But thank you so much for your time and a lot.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kona Honu Divers on Zoom.
Well, I'm Byron Kay, owner of Kona Honu Divers, Hawaii's highest rated, most reviewed dive company. And I would like to state that I'm in opposition to this bill, primarily because of the ambiguity in the fee structure. There isn't really an explicit, clear language as to how the fees are to be determined. Secondly, the way new permits will be issued and the introduction of the ORMAs, which is forthcoming. The auction style of the issuing of the new permits basically means that operators that have established the industry run the risk of losing the livelihood that they helped create. So, for example, in the manta ray diving industry here in Kona, they're looking at establishing ORMAs here. And, Kona Honu Divers has been doing this dive for over 20 years. And by, instead of giving companies that have established the industry preference of the permits, we're running the risk at losing our livelihood in the industry that we helped create and establish. Finally, I would just like to say that, we'd like to protect the local businesses that have worked so hard to create some of these industries and, give reward us for having a proven track record, record of safety, and, putting so much work into creating these livelihoods here in the state. So yes, I am opposed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Holo Holo Charters on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Chandra Barich. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I oppose House Bill 2477, House Draft 1 as it is currently written. My main concern is the language on page 10, section H regarding auctioning of new commercial use permits in the ORMAs. This language, in conjunction with DOBAR's Bill HB 2476, creating ORMAs in all state waters, puts all commercial ocean users' businesses in jeopardy. If both House Bill 2476 and 2477 are passed as currently written, then DOBAR will be able to make new permits and require new permits where none previously existed. My example for me, I own and operate Holo Holo Charters, boat tour operator on Kauai. We do sightseeing and snorkeling tours to the Napali coast and around the island. If DOBAR created an ORMA where one didn't exist, we might now be required to apply for a new permit to go to a snorkel location that didn't wasn't necessary before. Things we are legally allowed to do now might in the future be required to have a new permit, and that new permit would be auctioned with this language. When I asked OBOR about this concern, they indicated that is not their intention with this bill, but if it's written the way it is right now, it leaves the door open for them to do it. The next administrators may interpret it the same way I am and move forward with this covert plan to limit commercial activity. If DOBOR does intend to create new permits, if it does not intend to create new permits that go to auction for things we are currently doing without permits, then I request that language is documented in the bill so no future misinterpretations can occur. Auctions should not be the method of issuing new permits. If new permits are issued, they should first be offered to those who are in good standing, who have a history of operating in the area. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Sean Rotella.
Pella, Kailua Kona. I'd first like to just address that open communication has been a long-standing theme since the last hearing we've had on this, and that my representative, Nicole Lowen, has no issues at all sending me a letter to my home, an email, addressing me. These are the things on the table. This is what we're dealing with. Coffee labeling, septic tanks, completely informs me as one of her constituents. DOBOR has every one of our emails, our contact information as stakeholders. It's all there in our paperwork. I get a bill from them every month, but they can't send out a letter to say, hey, these are the issues we need to address. These are the things we need to deal with as people, as the people who are governing you. They're here to represent me as a stakeholder. I would love to participate and communicate and be informed and make wonderful, reasonable solutions. That needs to be done ahead of a time. It can be proactive, not reactive like we are here. When it comes to the next issue that's actually on this bill, sorry for that rant, is auctioning of new permits. It's alarming to me. I can't think of the history of Hawaii where auctioning anything to the highest bidder has ever benefited the people of Hawaii, ever. It's never benefited a small person. I'll give you a quick example of a local brother that runs a business out of Kona, out of Keoho, on his canoe, a double hull canoe. This is a brother that has been on the Hokulea. He's a paddler his whole life, and he's running a business showing mantas. We know these new permits are going to have to be about mantas. And here's a perfect example of a sustainable, beautiful business, no impact to the ecosystem, no fuel, no oil, no motors, just a local brother, his canoe, and some mantas, and giving people an authentic Hawaiian experience. Do you think he can compete with the highest bidder for his permit, for a new manta permit? He only holds 6 passengers. How much can he bid? The next guy who has 45, 50, 60 passengers on his boat, he can bid a lot because he knows he's going to recuperate that revenue. So essentially what we would do is we'd eliminate these businesses that we really want, that are eco-sustainable. We're not eliminating the amount of people and pressure on the resource. We're eliminating the amount of boat that's there and profitizing the people who are set to capitalize on our resources. And so I think the auction system just isn't acceptable. It doesn't speak anything of fairness to me at all. And I sympathize so much with DOBOR of the issues they have to deal with. And I don't want to be the person to complain about everything they do. They're underfunded, understaffed. I want to work with them. And I think the community is getting to that point, especially with this last bill being so brash. But right now, the system that's being thrown out is if I was a throw net fisherman, I'm walking to the rocks, throwing the net over the whole pile. I'm picking up the net, I'm taking a couple fish that mean something to me, and I'm leaving the rest for die on the rocks. And that's just not Pono. That's not how we are as a community. And that's where I stand. Strong opposition and on my written testimony as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Clayton Kubo on Zoom.
Clayton Kubo, Waimea Kauai. I am not a permit holder, but I'm trying to, do as the words that I've been telling these guys down at Kikiola. We gotta help each other out. We gotta come together. We gotta figure it out. Okay, so I am in opposition to this bill. It's too broad, just like HB 1948. On another point, the bill says public safety and marine natural resources can be affected. Okay, where is the data on that? Where is the information on that? It's like many years ago, I was talking water quality. Well, let's try to figure something out on that stage. But in the end, strong opposition. Again, mahalo nui for you guys' time. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone, that's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Nope. Okay. We're going to go to questions. Committee members, questions. Yes, Representative Kahaloa.
For Delbor, please. There were lots of testimony clarifying the intention of the bill. So my question is this bill meant to look at how we permit moorings like our surf schools, potentially other dive sites not at the harbor, or is the intention also to include future slips at our small boat harbors as well?
This bill right now specifically addresses the issuance of new permits. So currently in statute, we have the ability to auction commercial use permits for thrillcraft, parasailing, high-speed boating, and water sledding permits. We went to the deputy AG to ask, well, we'd like to apply this to areas where, when we're coming up with new permits or having to regulate permits, they said we needed to do an amendment to the statute. Last year, the legislature passed out House Bill 1090, which addressed long-standing businesses would have first right of refusal, and then when a permit came back to the state, we could auction it. Unfortunately, that bill was vetoed. So we're back again, and primarily the reason for that is on Hawaii Island, there's 4 surf school permits that we need to auction or to issue for Kahaluu Bay, and we're also in the process of rule amendments for the Manta Tour permits, which is going to really restrict the number of those permits. Because the bill was vetoed, we did it by lottery. We thought that was the fairest way to do it. Well, right now we're in court because we're being challenged by using a lottery. So we need a mechanism when addressing the over-commercialization of nearshore waters. How do we fairly issue those permits? And we need the approval in statute.
One quick follow-up. Because there is seemingly a lack of trust, would the department be open to clarifying the intention for permits that aren't at small boat harbors or for surf schools, or really specifying the intention, because we know there's a need, but getting a lot more specific, because right now the broadness is creating a lot of concerns and challenges.
Absolutely, and when the bill was amended in the Water Land Committee, Chair Ichiyama put that language, I believe, in the committee report to make it very clear that this only pertains to new permits. So most of the state of Hawaii already is covered by an ocean recreation management area. Those can be implemented by rule as well. Just because there's an ORMA doesn't mean it's a new permit. We made it very clear that if you're already operating in the ORMA and doing your activity, that is not a new permit. You're already operating. But if we issue new permits such as the surf school permits or the Manta permits, because those permits are going to be brand new because they're going to be tied to an offshore mooring as well. It's a brand new management style. So those would be able to be issued by auction. We would be totally open if the committee would like to put language in to say the permits will first be issued to the longest standing companies. That's fair. and then any new permit after that could be auctioned. That's similar to the language that was in House Bill 1090.
That answers my questions. Thank you.
Very much. Any additional questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Only affecting new permits, meaning if you have an old
Oh,
one and it expires?
Representative Ward, your mic again.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I don't usually get accused of not speaking loudly enough or often enough. Maybe the
We're
often's
just,
big.
people have just called the office
Oh,
to
really?
indicate.
Oh, they really
yes.
want to hear me speak, huh? Oh, no. All right.
You're too quiet on YouTube.
I know. I ask too many questions, but I usually ask important questions. You said only affecting new permits. So if I'm already a permitted person and mine expires, do I go under the old system or the new system?
So if you're already permitted,
Yes.
we would be renewing your permit, so that's not new.
So that doesn't affect me at all then?
No.
Okay, second question. The conflict and the tension between recreational boaters and the fishermen and the guys who are doing commercial effect, is this going to help or hurt that? Or it has nothing to do with it? It's just something you guys deal with in all the harbors?
Really doesn't address the tensions between. However, it will help when we, again, issue those new permits because they have been limited by rule. Those numbers have come down.
Last question. How serious is over-commercialization of our shorelines, our beaches, our harbors?
Well, we hear this complaint almost daily.
Not just Kailua.
It's state, every island. What's unfortunate is we hear it, but these same people don't come here and tell you folks. So they really need to do that. So we're representing them as well. There's an issue. There's overcrowding, there's overuse. We're in multiple lawsuits in Mala Wharf on Maui regarding the use of that area.
Who's pushing the envelope the biggest? Surf instructions, a small boat, fishing, or?
The folks coming out of the launch ramps and the small boat harbors have already been regulated. They're already, those numbers are in rule and can be amended. Well, the biggest challenges we're facing are the shoreline permits. People
Okay.
entering from the shoreline because they're overrunning the popular surf breaks.
So surf school teachers,
Kayak
trainers,
operators,
kayaks.
foils, scuba diving operations, snorkeling tours.
And you have the wherewithal to govern, control, otherwise keep them tamped down or not?
That's what we're trying to do right now.
No, and this would have, so it's onshore and anywhere within the beach area, this will be effective.
If it's a new permit, yes.
Okay. How many permits have you got out there?
Approximately 800 commercial use permits,
Thought you were gonna-
including all types of permits.
All islands? I thought you were going to speak in the thousands. Okay. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Any other questions? Yes, Monica.
Just one more. Sorry, I apologize for what I did to you on the last bill. But you've heard a lot of the opposition, right? And there's a lot of mistrust out there. I think if we had more input from all of the stakeholders where we can get a bill together that really does help everyone and where everyone is confident that this is what we need to do, I think that would fly better than just surprising us with these bills and then we got to go through this every session. So I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I can see where it's still going to be a problem throughout the process of being heard. That's just a suggestion, and I know, and I'm sure you know, what we've done out in Kekaha is working. And I wish that we could do that for all of our boat harbors. Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing that. Oh, yes, Representative Kobayashi.
If your lawsuit about the lottery, is not, is decided in your favor, that would solve a lot of your problems. And when do you expect that decision?
The challenge is that in order to use a lottery, you have to engage in rulemaking to put that in rule. So it's possible it could be done through the Hawaii administrative rulemaking process, but that is a very lengthy process to go through. And our attorneys have advised us that if we want to use like the public auction, that's the best return to the state in general. We need statutory authority to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1592 HD1. This is relating to the Land Conservation Fund. This increases the maximum amount of conveyance tax revenues collected to the Land Conservation Fund. First up to testify is DLNR.
Aloha again, everyone. David Penn, Program Specialist with Department of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you for indulging us on continuing to explain the importance of the Land Conservation Fund. We are in support of increasing the amount of conveyance tax that's distributed into the Land Conservation Fund, as are many of our supporters and other testifiers. And we'd like to propose an amendment to this bill to do that by just removing the dollar amount cap on those deposits, as in the other bill that we heard this morning. And it's very important that we get our revenue stream up so that we can continue to operate at a level that is appropriate for the current real estate market. As I said this earlier today, we're going to be down to about $3 million a year for our competitive grants for land acquisition going into the next biennium, unless we receive some infusions of revenue very quickly. So that's where our other amendment comes in to propose that this bill take effect retroactive to July 1st, 2023, so that we can get an infusion of fiscal year 2023 cash in addition to the increased revenue down the road. We did experience a $15 million transfer to the general fund as COVID response. That was the highest taken from any special fund back in 2020. There was a tax fund that also was hit with the same amount. And then we've also experienced, for the same reasons, a $1.7 million per year decrease in the revenue cap. It used to be 6.8 million. Now it's down to 5.1 million. So we're taking another $1.7 million hit every year on our revenue. So we're going to be running on fumes pretty soon, and whatever you could do to help us would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Much. Next, we have Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Chair and members, I'm Mary Alice Evans with the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. We stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Realtors. Are they here? No, they provided comments. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? None. Committee members, questions? Nope. Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1544 HD1. This is relating to the State Water Code penalties. It adds a minimum penalty and amends the maximum penalty per violation of the State Water Code, expands the type of potential violations of the State Water Code, and makes each day that a violation exists or continues to exist a separate offense. First up is DLNR.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Dean Ueno, Acting Deputy for the Commission on Water Resource Management. The department stands in strong support of this measure. The measure seeks to bring the violations of the State Water Code closer in line with the the penalties of the, under the purview of the Department of Health. And so, as you may know, the Commission oversees water quantity in the state, whereas Department of Health manages the water quality. And so bringing those two closer in line would be a benefit to our water resources overall. We stand by our testimony, and if you have any questions, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they would like to testify on this measure. We do have other testimony in support, opposition, and comments. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
I didn't see it, but between the lines, I saw Red Hill. Is that in there purposely subtly, or is it not in there at all? And I'm misreading it.
I think you may be referring to the Y initiative, which is in another bill.
Well, just violating the code.
Yeah, so the State Water Commission oversees water quantity issues where pumping is concerned or extraction of the resource. So this would be for violations of state water code. Red Hill is more of a water quality matter under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health. So that's where they took the lead in the Red Hill.
I mean, of all the things they didn't break the water code?
Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of extraction, right? It was a water quality issue in that case, in the Red Hill.
So it's the extraction issue. They extracted fuel into the water, though. Sorry, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2626 HD1 relating to fish ponds. This specifies certain findings the Board of Land and Natural Resources must make for a lease of a government-owned Hawaiian fish pond. First up to testify is Kua'aina Ulu Au'amo on Zoom.
Aloha mai kākou again. I'm Olale Momi Fisher with Kua. Kua means backbone, and we serve as as I said earlier, we serve as a support organization for a large statewide network of Malama Aina practitioners, including our largest network of over 60 fish pond restoration projects with hundreds of caretakers and practitioners. And we just stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure, and we're here if you folks have any questions. Mahalo.
Great, thank you very much. We also have testimony from Nature Conservancy and 2 individuals in support. Anyone else would like to testify on this measure? Great, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Oh, yes, Representative Ward.
Eleanor, please, this is rather very specific, targeted question. In front of Neo Valley Shopping Center is a fish pond. Does this bill impact that?
Bill impacts government-owned fish ponds. I'm not sure whether that.
I think it's private. I think it's a
Yeah,
nonprofit.
so it would not affect that.
Even though it was joint for a while there, but probably. Okay. Thank you. How many state-owned fish ponds are there? There must be a few.
Sorry, can I jump in? Yeah.
Are you Kevin Moore?
No, this is Michael Kane from.
No, Michael Kane, Office of
Materialized.
Conservation and Coastal Lands. So our office has worked with the practitioners to permit the restoration of fish ponds. And we've learned not to estimate how many ponds there are. There aren't good maps. There are a lot of family-owned or family-run ponds in ruin that really haven't been identified, and we only learn about when we go to like Ka'u or Molokai or some more rural places. So the answer is many hundreds, but we don't actually know.
Since all these unknown mysterious fish.
So I believe this bill focuses purely on establishing a leasing process. So if there were families or community groups that were interested in a pond on state land, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Nope, seeing none, let's go on to our next item, HB 2695 HD1 relating to water. This requires each county board of water supply or water board to prioritize the sustainable recharge of aquifers, ensure the health of watersheds, and when allocating water for new development. First up to testify is the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. No one is here. They are in support. There is also comments from Board of Water Supply, opposition from County of Hawaii's Department of Water Supply, and comments from an individual. Is there anyone else who wants to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, there's no one to ask questions to, so we will go on to the next agenda item. House Bill 1907 HD1, this is relating to stream maintenance. This requires the Department of Land and Natural Resources to establish and implement a 2-year Manoa stream maintenance reimbursement pilot program. First up to testify is DLNR.
Department of Land and Natural Resources, we submitted testimony in opposition and would just like to highlight that a stream maintenance reimbursement program, even if it is a pilot program, would impose we anticipate at least $1 million annually in terms of expenditure to administer the program. Any questions, Mahalo?
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Scott Snyder on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Scott Snyder. I support House Bill 1907 for the benefit of Manoa as well as downstream residents. We've been long-term residents along Manoa Stream, and we were present here in 2004 when the water rose 12 foot high into our yard, coming just feet from our house. A major contributor to flooding was large plant debris, fallen branches, and primarily albizia trees. So we've spent the last 5 years clearing our land of invasive trees and restoring the stream area. As it turns out, there could be between 80 to 100 private individuals in Manoa that actually own the stream. This is unusual since the state relies on this channel to convey stormwater. This privately owned portion of Manoa is forgotten in terms of municipalities. City, federal, and state will not recognize it since it is private land, and we are at great risk of another catastrophe. Realizing this was an issue, I started a group along with the support of Malama Manoa and Ko'olau Mountain Watershed Partnership to rid the stream of saplings. We've carefully planned and acquired rights of entry to walk 1.1 miles of the stream and clear saplings from the stream. It's become an annual event. We've cleared thousands of saplings, so we feel good about that. We've also identified 57 fully grown hazard trees that could quickly become a problem during a major flood. This bill fixes the problem of land access and liability. This is a great idea because it encourages the property owners to call an arborist and act. It's a win-win for residents who can sustain damage to structures as well as residents who live downstream and can get flooded. Be reminded the landowner shares the bulk of the cost which they're responsible for. We think this is a benefit to Manoa, but more importantly, any house or institution downstream could benefit by this. DLNR testified that they needed $700,000 and have 5 to 7 employees to facilitate this program. That outlook is excessive. We only have identified certain trees, and this participation is going to go slower than expected. This does not require a full-time staff to manage. And if a grant is, $2,000 or, average per tree owner, it's really not that large of an expenditure. Remember, the purpose of this is to share the cost with the landowner. They have the burden to cut these trees down. And it offers a very enticing motivation to cut down trees. That's about it. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. We do have other supportive testimony from individuals. Is there anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Vice Chair. DLNR, please. Good evening. I believe in the Water and Land Committee, you folks also opposed this bill then and requested 7 positions.
Yes.
And I think you noted it was gonna, your best guess at that time was 700,000 in terms of the cost. Not sure if you noticed, but the HD1 does have the 7 positions listed in there. And then can you explain to us how the cost went up from 700,000 to 1 million in your estimation over the last few weeks?
I believe it's the reimbursements plus the wages for the employees. So that's the cumulative amount. And yeah, that's how where we got the estimate.
Okay.
And of course, this is just an estimate.
Sure. And I just wanted to just comment on your testimony where you did say that you believe this would only benefit private property owners who reside along Manoa Stream.
Yes.
I think the premise here really is to try to benefit the downstream users, because if you do have, irresponsible homeowners who aren't maintaining their portion of the stream, if they have an albizia tree that breaks branches and then goes down the stream, there are clearly going to be downstream impacts. And this is what really was the cause of the 2004 flood 20 years ago now. So I don't think it's accurate to say that it only benefits the private property owners, because I think there are clearly benefits to people downstream from preventing floods in the future. So I guess that was more of a comment than a question, but thank you.
No, we recognize the benefit of that you're posing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Does the county have any kuleana on this? I know they clear a lot of streams. Army Corps has to be called out.
So
Strictly the state on Manoa Stream only?
no. So it's mixed jurisdiction with Manoa Stream. So it depends on whether. So under the law, under the statutes, the counties have primary jurisdiction for maintenance of stream beds unless it's owned by the state or the private property owners. Under state law, it's their kuleana. Under this program.
You got to hire an arborist, or if they go out and just sweat equity, do it, charge.
I'm not sure how the details are outlined on page 3 of the bill to qualify for reimbursement. So they have to submit a written application, and I'm not
Burns
sure.
Hall, Halimanoa, Halikuahini, all the way up to the study center.
I'm not sure. Are you asking whether that's privately owned?
501c3, actually. Private, not
Yeah.
profit. Would they be included?
In the program?
According to the way the bill is written.
Yes. So it's specific to Manoa Stream. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item. This is HB 1900, HD1. This is relating to hydrologic data collection, appropriates funds to improve the state's water resource management and hydrologic data collection. First up to testify is DLNR.
Committee, Dean Ueno with the State Commission on Water Resource Management. The department stands on its testimony. And we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Thank you. Dexter Kishida, Deputy at Hawaii Department of Agriculture. We stand on our testimony in strong support, especially when we can give farmers more data to understand what's going on with the weather. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the University of Hawaii.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. Tom Jambaluka, Director of Water Resources Research Center at the University of Hawaii. The University of Hawaii stands on its strong support, stands on its written testimony and strong support. And I'm here to answer questions, particularly if the committee has any about the Hawaii Mesonet, which is a 100-station network of advanced weather stations that are supported under this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono Initiative. Great, thank you very much. We also have other supportive testimony from organizations and a comment from an individual. Is there anyone else who wants to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next item on the agenda, House Bill 2453. This is relating to water infrastructure. It authorizes DOH to transfer federal capitalization grant funds between Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water Treatment Revolving Loan Fund. First up is DOH.
Good evening, Vice Chair, Chair. Joanna Cito for the Environmental Management Division of the Department of Health. The department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure and has additional suggested revisions. If you have any questions, I'm available for.
Great. Thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono Initiative. Great, thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item. This is House Bill 2690 HD1. This is relating to water. It establishes a VI policy coordinator and other positions within the Department of DLNR for coordination of Red Hill VI initiatives. First up to testify is DLNR. Oh, 2690. Sorry, did I miss something? Okay, 2690, so, yeah, okay, DLNR.
Dino Ueno, with the Commission on Water Resource Management. We stand by our testimony, and we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have other testimony from various organizations and departments, as well as one individual in support and with comments. Is there anyone else who wants to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for DLNR? No? Okay, we're going to go on to our next agenda item. We're skipping 2263 because we already did that at the beginning of the agenda. And now we're going to House Bill 2331. 2331 HD1. This is relating to infrastructure. It establishes a dam and reservoir working group to ensure and enhance the continued availability and safe operation of dams and reservoirs in the state. First up to testify is DLNR.
So, Tony Koyamatsu with DLNR. We stand by our testimony, available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Farm Bureau. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ulupono Initiative. Thank you very much. Next, we have Aina Ho'okupu o Kilauea on Zoom.
Yep. Hi, thank you, Chair, board members. So we're in strong support of this bill. This is a starting point to have the comprehensive conversation about what role the state should take in light of the realization that arbitrary decommissioning of reservoirs might go against the mandate of the state obligation to protect, control, and regulate the use of water resources for the benefit of its people. The dramatic events that happened in Koloko prompted a knee-jerk reaction for DLNR that has increased regulation, and no one has been able to comply. We're now resolved to implement fines on the daily to strong-arm owners to take the very costly actions to comply with the new regulations. It is very dire for the Kilauea Ag Center to have access to the Kalihiwai water in order to not further tax the domestic water that is currently irrigating the site. And as our success keeps growing, the demand for water will grow with it. It's very important to allow that conversation to take place, and I believe this bill and the funding behind it will allow that conversation to happen. Let us help the state create the pilot that will ultimately define and decide which reservoir is vital and to maintain and continue to grow local agriculture and build the resiliency, as well as the ability for surface water, for fire suppression, for housing, and every other needs that our community needs. Mahalo for your time. A lot.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they would like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Oh, yes, Department of Ag.
Department of Ag also stands in support.
Great, thank you very much. And the Agribusiness Development Corporation?
Greetings, Chair, members of the committee, Wendy Gady with ADC. We stand in strong support because it's critical that the key stakeholders are at the same table, having the conversation, and this working group provides just that. So we stand in strong support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions. Yes, Representative Lamasao.
I have a question for DLNR. Hi, thank you. So I see in your testimony that you recommend that we appropriate $1 million from our general funds to retain a consultant team to perform the scope of the work of this working group. Can you tell me how you got to that number?
The bulk of the work is going to involve assessing the dams. So there's 136 regulated dams in the state. And there's been previous studies done by Department of Agriculture that looked at in detail the watering systems and managing the water systems. But if you look at many of those studies, they don't go into a lot of detail on the dam and reservoir infrastructure. So based on the 136 regulated dams, for example, if you assumed $5,000 per dam, we're talking close to $700,000 to look at all the dams in fine detail.
Then how many members of your consultant team would you need?
The firms would likely suggest or propose a team of probably 3 to 4 people.
And it also said that it would also be used for travel-related expenses for the working group members. So
Committee members, yes.
So they have to physically be together to meet. Can't be via Zoom.
It's anticipated that the committee would meet probably at least 2 times in person. Remaining meetings could be done remotely.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Just Representative Ward.
After Coloco broke, I thought the inspections would be increased in intensity and frequency. If you would say there's 136, how many of them are, because after Coloco is like, hey, we got a lot of them that look precarious. How bad are the state of these 136 that you mentioned?
So approximately, we would say 90% are in the poor to unsatisfactory condition.
90%. It's not good news at all.
Many of the dams are in the range of.
I mean, some are small, some are big, some are dangerous. But of the big, dangerous ones, like we're going to flood and knock out a community, how many have you got like that are in the poor condition?
Several in that category.
This is a very, very, very important bill. Why didn't we do it before?
It's since Coloco, the dam safety program has been developed and as it assessed, all of these dams multiple times. But it's still a work in progress because many of the dams are privately owned and require resources to work on to rehabilitate these dams.
Still part of the wake-up call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item. House Bill 1925, this is relating, HD1, this is relating to the Hawai'i State Planning Act. It establishes the Hawai'i State Planning Act Phase 2 Task Force within OPSD. First up to testify is the Department of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members, I'm Mary Alice Evans with the Office of Planning and Office, not Department. Thank you for the promotion, but I think we'll have to decline. After finishing Phase 1 in 2017, there were a number of recommendations to update the State Planning Act. We didn't have the resources to do that. We welcome the community support that has initiated this effort to look at the State Planning Act again. There's been a lot of changes since The State Planning Act was first passed, and thank you to the legislature for adding climate change and sustainability as two new areas, but I think there's also more work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the Department of Agriculture.
Department stands on our comments and essentially defers to what she said.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau. Thank you. Next up is Holomua Collaborative.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks so much for hearing this bill. Long story short is that the Hawaii State Plan is a critical document. It hasn't been updated in about 40 years. In 2018, there was a Phase 1 update, which at the time explicitly implicated a Phase 2 update that was supposed to happen, which hasn't happened yet. And so this is really an attempt to go ahead and move forward with that. And worth noting, I put this in our testimony, we did do some statewide surveys just to get a sentiment of where the public was on some of the bills before the legislature this year. And actually 95% of respondents statewide recognized how critical the document is and that it should be thoroughly updated and reviewed for modern times. Thank you so much. Here for any questions you have.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to the next agenda item, House Bill 1545 HD1. This is relating to adaptation pathway planning and expands the authority of the state and counties to develop adaptation pathways, pathway plans to modify and relocate infrastructure away from critically threatened areas to locations outside sea level rise and coastal flooding exposure areas. First up to testify is the University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dolan Eversole. I'm with the University of Hawaii. The university is going to stand on its written testimony in support, but I will be available to answer questions if you have any.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is DLNR. Sorry, Michael.
Good afternoon, Michael Kane, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands, on behalf of DLNR. We stand by our written testimony in support. We think this is an important plan to start moving towards implementing a lot of the planning we've done regarding sea level rise and climate change. And if I can add, I have reviewed the testimony by, the comments by Starner, Toole, Marcus, and Fisher, and I do feel confident that we can work together to address some of the comments they had. We're mostly on the same page. There's a few details. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members. The office stands on support of this measure. It supports so many different issues that have come up with climate change and with level rise and ocean erosion. We've already started on some federally funded studies that will provide some information to this. And so we look forward to seeing it move forward.
Great, thank you very much. That's all who's indicated they'd like to testify. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay. Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item, HB 2248 HD1. This is relating to beach management on the North Shore of Oahu and appropriates funds to UHC Grant College program to develop North Shore beach management and climate adaptation plans. First up to testify is the University of Hawaii.
Aloha, Dolan Eversole, University of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Next up is DLNR.
Good afternoon, Michael Kane, Department of Land and Natural Resources. We stand on our testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Lauren Blickley, Surfrider Foundation on Zoom. Not present. They are in support. That's all who we have indicating they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Eric Robinson. I'm testifying on behalf of the Shoreline Preservation Coalition, testifying in strong support of this bill. This stretch of iconic beach could really use this plan. This beach management and climate adaptation plan, the North Shore Coastal Resilience Working Group, this was among the recommendations that came out from their report in 2022. So we think this is a good continuation. As you may have seen in the written testimony on this, so strange bedfellows here. So we have a really weird but broad and I think promising consensus between a very diverse and typically divided group of stakeholders. So I hope that the committee strongly considers passing this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item, House Bill 1781 HD2. This is relating to the Hawai'i Community Development Authority and establishes the Panaewa Community Development District to allow for planning, development, and maintenance of public lands in Panaewa. First up to testify, we have DLNR. Thank you very much. Next up, we have HCDA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director for Hawai'i Community Development Authority. We stand in support of this measure, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have comments from BNF. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to our last agenda item. This is HB 2174 relating to search and rescue. This requires government and entity of the state to impose and collect a fee for search or rescue expenses after a person has either left a trail that's closed or goes onto a closed trail with a sign giving notice of the closure. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Fire Council on Zoom. They offer comments. That's all who indicated they'd like to testify. There's also comments from the Maui Fire Department, supportive testimony from Department of Law Enforcement and individuals. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, no one to ask questions to, so we are going to recess for decision making. Recess.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on three agendas. First up is Agenda 3, House Bill 2237 HD1. Members, the recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2237 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila. Representative Kobayashi. Representative Lamasao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2460 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2460 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2107 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2107 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 1902 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair, please take the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1902 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 2515 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2515 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 2016 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2016 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1581 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1581 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 1949 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1949 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 1835 HD1. This one, we're moving out as is. This is a working group. Okay, discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1835 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1839 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the positions. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1839 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1840 HD1, blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1840 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1841 HD1, blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1841 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1843 HD1, we'll be blanking out the position. Any discussion? Yeah, Representative Kilo.
Yes on the intent, and just I'm voting reservations on implementation regarding my line of questioning regarding how this position will be confirmed or if confirmed. But I do appreciate the intent. So just reservations.
Okay, thank you. Reservation, Representative Ward.
Chair, I also have reservations in the sense that I don't think the Department of Labor is the appropriate executive department by which this should be placed and administered, in that the fire council is already there and there's not really a amorous relationship there. And now having put this on top of it, I mean, after Maui, we want to be very fast, efficient, on the job, go-getters, and this ain't the match made in heaven. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I think my guess is because this was
Hoist
this was
it on them.
amended back in 1978. That's when the big deal was home rule. So I think that's why it was probably eliminated. But now, times have changed, so we got to relook at the whole issue. So,
The comment, the big deal was not home rule.
okay.
What happened was that the department head of DCCA, who was the bank commissioner, the insurance commissioner, was also the state fire marshal. And he knew nothing about fire. So he just wanted to get rid of it. The only reason why it was in DCCA was that this fire marshal guy, way back then, helped get the fire code approved. And the fire code was kind of linked to insurance and kind of linked to the building code. So even way back then, it didn't have a proper home. And I'm not sure that Department of Labor is the proper home.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Can you note in the committee report that in 1978, Bert was here? And
Could you also note in the committee report that sometimes age and experience does make a difference?
Okay. It's not appropriate for the committee report to have that, but we will make a mental note. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. HD2, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 1843 HD1 with amendments noting the reservations of Representatives Kila and Ward. Are there any other reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1844, as is. Any discussion? I'm sorry, 1844 HD1, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 1844 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Ward. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2610 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2610 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2696 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 2696 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Ward. Any other reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2700 HD2. We're going to be moving this out as an HD3, blanking out the one position. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 2700 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations by Representative Lamasal. Any other reservations? Okay.
No, I think I'm no.
Okay, no votes. Representative Kobayashi? Okay, Representative Kobayashi, no. So I have reservations by Representative Lamasal and no by Representative Kobayashi. Are there any others? Okay, seeing none, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2407 HD2. We're going to move this out as is. The amendments that are requested, I think that's subject matter's purview. So for now, we're just going to be keep this discussion moving. Any discussion?
I'll be with reservations because of the clarity I feel that is needed with the PUC process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Same.
Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Okay. Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 2407 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Kobayashi and Poi Poi. Are there other reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into Agenda 4. First up is House Bill 2467 HD1.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm not ready.
Not ready.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody got a joke? No.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to Agenda 4. Okay, first up is House Bill 2467 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2467 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett. Representative Kahaloa. Representative Keela. Representative Kobayashi. Representative Lamasao. Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2611 HD2. Recommendation is we pass it out as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2611 HD2 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 2478 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2478 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2579 HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2579 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, House Bill 2473 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2473 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1919 HD1. We'll keep this moving as is. Any discussion?
Chair,
Okay, Representative Kahaloa.
I understand the intent and what Dobor is trying to do. I think if we are doing a pilot program and choosing one of the small boat harbors not on Oahu, then we should just indicate that in the bill so community can share their input, we can get community engagement, and have just more specification around that bill. So with that with so many unknowns, I'm going to have to vote no on this, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
I would echo the same comments. It could be any harbor. And I'm not sure that the public is aware that it could be their harbor.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Representative.
As much as I note that the department is able to bring in revenue, and I know we want to make sure that some of these facilities can sustain itself. But with better management, I believe that the department can do that, and I don't think that the privatizing public-private partnership is the way to go. I think we need more community input on this, so I will be voting with reservations.
Okay, thank you. Any Representative Keela?
I'm gonna be voting with reservations. I think some of the testimony received talked about the complications that have occurred in Ko'olina, and I wouldn't want any community to have to experience what we're going through right now. So with reservations to allow the conversation to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1919 HD1 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Keela and Morikawa. Are there additional reservations? Reservations by Representative Garrett, reservations by Representative Ayu, reservations by Representative Alcos, reservations by Representative Lamasao. Okay, so let me just get this first. Reservations are Representatives Ayu, Garrett, Keela, Lamasao, Morikawa, and Alcos. Are there any noes in addition to Representative Kahaloa? Representative Kobayashi. Okay, so Representative Kahaloa and Kobayashi are a no. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2477 HD1 as is. Any discussion?
Chair.
Representative Kahaloa.
I would like to see this bill get modified in the future to specify shoreline permits use only and not new permits that could include the boat harbors. I think to start in that specificity and separate the harbor permits between shoreline like manta ray dives, moorings, and surf schools, I think that's the better way to go. So at this time, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Morikawa.
I will be voting with reservations too, because I think that this
needs to be vetted by the community, by all the stakeholders, before we make a decision. And I think moving it on for more discussion is good, and we'll see how far it goes, but strong reservations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, any comments? Okay.
I
Vice
would
Chair.
agree with Representative from Kona.
Okay. You are a no vote?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2477 HD1 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Morikawa. Are there additional reservations? Representative Alcos, Representative Ayu, Representative Lamosal, Representative Garrett. Okay, so reservations are Representatives Ayu, Garrett, Lamosal, Morikawa, and Alcos. No votes are Representative Kahaloa and Kobayashi. Are there additional? And Kila for no vote. Okay. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1592, HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1592 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1544, HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1544 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no? Oh, reservations.
Reservations,
By Representative Kahaloa. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2626, HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2626 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2695, HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2695 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations?
With reservations.
Reservations for Representative Kahaloa. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1907, HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTE. 7 FTEs we'll be blanking out. Okay, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1907 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1900, HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1900 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2453, HD1 as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2453 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2690, HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTEs. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2690 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2263, HD1, blanking out the FTE. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2263 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2331, HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2331 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1925, HD1. We're going to be blanking out the one position. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1925 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1545 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the dollar amount. Any discussion? Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1545 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2248 HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2248 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1781 HD2, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1781 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, final bill, House Bill 2174 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2174 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to move on to our final agenda, our 4 o'clock agenda. These are bills that we've previously heard and for decision-making only. Talking slow.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the first bill, House Bill 2664. Okay, no, this is, yeah, we heard this before. So, okay, this is a direct to Fin. So we're going to be making some amendments to this bill. We're going to be lapsing the GO portion of $346,650,594. And then we're going to be also lapsing the money going to the stadium fund of $49.5 million. We're going to be making an appropriation of $211 million in general obligation bonds for the University of Hawaii to upgrade Ching Field to meet NCAA Division I requirements. And then we're going to do also, let's see, we're going to be cleaning up the language, yeah, do some tech cleanup language. Yeah, cleanup language, okay? Okay, and then the Halawa district, we're gonna leave that alone, so. Any discussion? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And then we'll effect the date up to June 30th, 3000. Any discussion?
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
Representative.
I'm a no vote here. I think the testimony was that we've already spent a substantial amount of money on the stadium where it's supposed to be at, and we would essentially be flushing that 25 million or so down the drain. And I think there's no reason to believe that we can't do the stadium in the way we have it and through the procurement method that we currently have. So I'm voting no on this
I
measure.
see. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Any
Chair.
further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2664 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu is a no. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila. Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamasao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takinouchi. Representative Alcos. Reservations, and Representative Ward is excused. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1957 HD1. We're going to be moving this out with some amendment, well, just one amendment. We're just going to conform to the IRC research activity credit. Any discussion? It's already defective. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1957 HD1 with amendments, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any and Ward, sorry, thank you very much. Noting the excused absences of Representative Cochran and Representative Ward, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda unless otherwise noted. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to House Bill 2384 HD1. We're going to be, a couple amendments. We're going to repeal the act last year that moved the 200 million, and we're going to just repeal that part, and then we're going to leave the appropriation or put the appropriation for 100 million in GO for SFA. I think that's in the bill, but we're going to I'll make note of that. So any discussion? HD2. Vice Chair for.
100 million.
I'm sorry?
100
100 million in GO. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2384 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2372. Members, we're not going to take action on this bill. We're going to leave it as we voted it out earlier. Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2081 HD1. This one is going to, okay, so when we passed it out, I made it a $10 per night, and then I told you that we would make it so that it's only for using their points. That is still the intent of the bill. DOTAX gave us language, clarifying language, so that we're going to use their language to define that. And then we're going to up it to $20 per night. And then we're going to put technical cleanup language in the bill. Any discussion? Yes. Oh. Okay. Because the other one we deferred. This one we actually voted on. Okay, yeah. Okay, so members, so procedurally, we got to move to reconsider action we previously taken on the, when we passed it out on Friday, I think. Yeah, and so the recommendation is to make these changes. Okay, okay. So she has to take a vote sheet on it?
A vote sheet?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I see it here. Hold on, but I have to do two vote sheets then.
Okay. Reconsider.
What about the 1%?
That stays. It was blank. But the first action we'll take is to reconsider reconsider action that we previously taken on this bill. So recommendation is to reconsider. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
The recommendation of the chair is to reconsider HB 2081 HD1, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran and the presence of Representative Ward now. Are there any reservations?
Wait,
Do I have to call?
wait, hold on 1 second.
Okay. Are there any reservations?
Pulling back, having increased.
This is, okay, first we're taking,
The reconsider.
yeah, this
okay.
is the first to
Oh,
reconsider.
This is just for reconsidering.
To reconsider.
Terrific.
Okay.
Okay, let me start again. Recommendation of the chair is to reconsider House Bill 2081 HD1, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran and the presence of Representative Ward now, who will be noted present for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations on the reconsideration? Are there any noes on the reconsideration? Okay, noting none, Chair, your recommendation to reconsider is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Now we're going to take action on the bill, House Bill 2081 HD1. Okay, the amendments will be, we're going to make it $10 fee that will apply only to overnight stays that are using their miles or points. We have language from DOTAX to clarify that, and we'll be using their language. We'll also be putting some cleanup language in there, and that's it. And then everything else stays the same. So, and as I recommended last time, we'll be blanking out the percentage. Oh, and then, yeah, instead of $10, we're going to make it 20. Right? Yes.
So that's locals and non-locals.
This will be if you're using your points
Hotel.
for your whole night stay, right? then it's a per night fee of $20 per night. We're changing it from 10 to 20, but specifically putting in language that it is clearly for that purpose and that purpose only. Okay, further discussion? Yeah, and some tech cleanup language. Yeah, Representative Kahlo.
Chair, thank you for your work on this measure. I know I previously voted, I believe, WR a couple days ago, wanting to keep the conversation going and seeing the new version of this bill. I am going to vote up, so thank you for your work on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2081 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Reservations from Representative Ward. Any additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. We'll get better at this. Thank you. We are adjourned.